All the news on New York's pro football teams with interviews, features, and highlights on the Shark Jets Giants Report. See some of the best college football matchups from around the country with coverage of the Big East, Big Ten, and Pac-10 conferences. Take full swings at today's hard-hitting sports issues with the man who pulls no punches. Bob Page hosts Page One. But you can always catch all the scores and stories every night with MSG Sports Desk. Slam one home with all the great October sports action on MSG Network. The best in the game.
Paul O'Neill took the edge off with a pressure-relieving bolt to center. But it took two to make it work, and Scott Kamenicki's complete game gave the bullpen a rest and clinched the tie. And finally, Buck rolls the same dice as Lou Piniella. A wild day awaits the three teams alive in the American League. And this is the show to get you ready for it all. The AT&T Yankee Scorecard on MSG. And we welcome you live to a place where the Yankees have never swept the Toronto Blue Jays in their history. It's Sky Dome in the province of Ontario. And with a win here today, not only would the Yankees accomplish that, but they would guarantee themselves a return to the postseason for the first time in 14 years. Earlier, the Yankees arriving, and you wonder what roles they may play. Jack McDowell. Buck would love to not use him until perhaps even Friday. Don Mattingly on the verge of his first postseason ever. And John Wetteland to that interesting and unique tune. You wonder whether he'll supply the 96-mile-per-hour chin music necessary to close it out later today in Toronto. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Al Troutwig. Welcome to our coverage. Now, MSG has been bringing you Yankees baseball for 7 years. We mutually agreed today that this is the most important Yankee game we have ever brought your way. In following the Yankees this year, it has been an almost torturous ride as the Yankees tried to return to what they accomplished in 1994, returning to the postseason, or at least what appeared to be the postseason. And in this remarkable month of September, they have put themselves on the brink of that. And along the way, in spite of some light hitting at times, no starting pitcher has let this team down. Buck Showalter is relying on Sterling Hitchcock to continue that trend. He'll face Pat Henkin today. That's okay. David Cone can break in anytime he wants. Now let's set the stage, for the standings are as follows, and after yesterday, it's quite an interesting arrangement. Let's start it off with the wild card race. And as it stands right now, the Yankees and the California Angels are atop there because the Seattle Mariners lost yesterday, meaning that they're in the same situation as the Yankees, leading the California Angels by a game. Now, they'll pitch Tim Belcher today, which is a similar move to the Yankees going with Sterling Hitchcock. For the record, the Yankees lead the California Angels by a game. Now, there are numerous scenarios, and I am sure that your Sunday paper covered them all. But here we go on a refresher course. Please take notes, because in judging this thing, there are 6 different scenarios. 4 of the 6 get the Yankees to the postseason. In winning 10 of their last 11, they've put themselves in a position where they control their own destiny. First, if the Yankees win, they're in. It doesn't get much simpler than that. That's easy to follow. If the Yankees lose today at Sky Dome and the Angels lose, the Yankees are in. We continue. If the Yankees lose and the Angels win and the Mariners lose, there's a 3-way tie, but the rules this year say that the Angels and Mariners would play one game tomorrow. The Yankees would be automatically in. It's weird, but that's what they've decided. And finally, the other scenario in which the Yankees get in, they lose, the Angels win, and the Mariners win. The Yankees advance because the Yanks and Angels would play a game tomorrow at Yankee Stadium. So 3 of the 4 get them automatically to Tuesday. The 4th get the Yankees another day. There is no scenario under which today's game at Sky Dome is the Yankees' last game of the season. Well, this wild card has certainly stirred up emotions far and wide. The purists say it's an absolute aberration that a second-place team can qualify for the World Series. But we decided to check in with someone whose nickname is as pure as it gets. Donnie Baseball, who yesterday in the Yankee clubhouse was telling everyone about the wild card and how he feels about it. Getting ready before today's game, Donnie said, it's pressure, but I can deal with it. And I spoke to him then about the topic he was talking about yesterday. Donnie, can you recount for me some of the things that you were saying in the locker room last night about the wild card and how it's not what a lot of people who detract from it think it is?
Well, I just basically made it real simple. If there's people out there that don't think this wild card race is exactly like a pennant race, and they're really off base, because There's absolutely no differences. I mean, we felt like we've had to win every day for a straight month. It couldn't have been any different if we were playing for first place, or we're just playing to get in, and that's what the wild card's all about. It's getting in. Because if you win the division, you don't win anything. You still have to win around the playoffs to get to the World Series and win there. And, you know, really, just very simply, it is exactly the same. There's people out there that don't think it's the same. I know traditionalists are kind of against it and everything, but it's exactly the same. It's as pressure-packed as any other series could be.
That being said, and all things considered in your career, this has to be one of the most special days in it.
Well, it's a nice day and a nice opportunity. You know, we've played great baseball down the stretch, and we've given ourselves an opportunity to control our own destiny today. You know, we've got a great opportunity, so, you know, we're excited, but we know we got to play good baseball today and see what happens.
So how did we get to this point where actually 3 teams are still alive in the American League postseason race? When we come back on the AT&T Yankees scorecard, we'll have all the highlights and show you what the Yankees did yesterday, who the heroes were. Pat Kelly says, loose as it gets, it appears he was one of the heroes of this weekend on Friday night.
Your Ford dealers have 5 of the 10 best sellers in America. So when they have a clearance, it's a pretty big deal.
Get the best deals of the year on all 95 cars, trucks, and vans during the final days of the factory-authorized clearance.
That's what I call big.
Cash back and low financing, incredibly low lease rates, 5 of the 10 best sellers, all clearance price to move. But hurry, because the final days of the 95 Ford factory-authorized clearance are going on now.
See your tri-state quality Ford dealer and see for yourself.
He's baseball's Iron Man, shattering a record once thought to be unbreakable. Now, the leading manufacturer of 23-karat gold sculptured trading cards is proud to honor Cal Ripken Jr. The pride of Baltimore is captured in beautiful detail, with his sculptured image encased in a clear protective holder for generations to enjoy. His career accomplishments are reflected from the 23-karat gold luster on the reverse, a standard for future greats of America's pastime. Each of these collectible cards is individually numbered, making every one a unique piece of baseball history. This card can be yours for only $29.95. Have your Visa, MasterCard, or American Express ready and call the toll-free number now. Operators are standing by to take your order. Cal Ripken, Iron Man, and Golden Collectible.
When I'm in my Jimmy, nothing gets in my way. Of course, I've got Jimmy's available 4-wheel drive anti-lock brakes and premium smooth suspension. Yeah, when I'm in my Jimmy, I'm in complete control. It's when I get out that I begin to panic.
Right now, get into an all-new Jimmy for just $299 a month for 24 months with just $24.50 down. See your Tri-State GMC truck dealer today.
Hey, MSG's rerunning the Yankee game. You watching this?
It's Yankees Rewind tonight on MSG. What are you going to wait for Jerry to call you?
AT&T Yankee Scorecard is brought to you by AT&T, bringing certainty to the uncertain world of business. AT&T, for the life of your business. And by the Money Store, where you can refinance your home and consolidate your bills with just one phone call.
We continue on the AT&T Yankees scorecard. A beautiful day on the shores of Lake Ontario in the shadow of the CN Tower and in the one and only Sky Dome, the home of the Toronto Blue Jays, who are wrapping up a horrendous season, a transition year for them. Welcome back, everybody. Yesterday, the Yankees took the field against the Toronto Blue Jays. Al Leiter, once a Yankee, traded for Jesse Barfield, had the inspiration of trying to show the Yankees, as he always has, that they made a bad deal. On the mound for New York was Scott Kamenicki, who has really turned it on, having come in winning 3 of his 4 decisions. Well, in the first inning, Paul O'Neill decided to take the matter into his own hands as the Yankees continued to control their destiny. It was in the first inning with 2 on that Paul O'Neill belted this one to center field. And deep it went over the head of Joe Carter. The Yankees on the board with a 3-0 lead. They got one more to go up 4-0. But clearly, this was exactly the right direction the Yankees needed to go to keep things in their own hands. I spoke to Paul O'Neill earlier about where they stand. Paul, that ball that you hit yesterday, extremely hard, by the way, sets the Yankees up for a situation, and all the players, I guess, know what's on the line today. Do you think the team's in love with days like this?
Well, we've been playing them long enough. It's been another must-win, but, you know, there's a lot of baseball left today. There's some big games, and, you know, it's in our own hands now. We don't have to worry about anybody else. If we win today, then, you know, they can do what they want to do. And that's, you know, that's the position you want to be in. But, you know, it's kind of nerve-wracking to come to the ballpark every day and know that you have to win to be where you want to be.
Is the team aware of all the scenarios that have to take place if the win doesn't happen?
Well, I think the important scenario is if we win, we go home happy. And that's the important one to realize. And, you know, that's the only one we have control over, so that's the one to really go out and try to do. But, you know, if there's other ways to get us in there, fine, but let's take care of it ourselves.
All right, that was the hitting story. Here's the pitching. With Cone and McDowell watching and wondering when their next turn will come, Paul Molitor delivered an RBI single to right field. A little bit of a rough start for Scott Kamenicki. But he said he was just too strong on the day. The Yankees still led it 4-1. He got out of that. We move to the fourth. He strikes out Sandy Martinez to end the inning. In the bottom of the fifth inning, Buck still happy with him out there because he strikes out Alex Gonzalez for the first out of the inning. Now we jump to Joe Carter with Perez on third, who hits the foul ball deep to left field. I mean, this was hard hit, but it did go foul. Now Perez still out there. Carter pops up behind home plate to Mike Stanley, and Scott Kamenicki was pumped up. Here's how it unfolded with Stanley making the play. Joe Carter, an opener afternoon against New York, completing what has been an offseason for him. Meanwhile, Al Leiter, I mentioned him. He was getting the job done, settling in. The Yankees would get little until much later. Russ Davis swinging. Then Pat Kelly at the plate, the home run hero of Friday night. He was looking. And Randy Velarde was swinging. Kelly decided to question it, but you know that got him nothing. And Randy Velarde was gone. Down the bottom of the seventh, Scott Kamenicki continued to roll. Getting Perez to ground into a 6-3 play that illustrated once again the star performance of Randy Velarde at short. Unbelievable spinning. And the Yankees went on to win it by the score of 6-1. Last out of the game provided by Gerald Williams in left field. Scott Kamenicki's emotions showed, and the Yankees had a win. I spoke to him after the game.
Yeah, I hadn't pitched in 7 days, and I was a little, pumped up for this game. It's a big game, and I want to do well. I was just a little too strong, a little overthrowing. I got away with a few mistakes, did some fly balls, and after that I seemed to settle down, get in a groove.
You know, in those days you spent on the disabled list, not able to contribute, the team having its problems, but now this past month you've really been able to significantly contribute to the cause, and that's got to make this season at least end on an extremely high note.
Well, once I got back, I missed 2 months, but I was still able to, I got the opportunity to contribute. And it's not the way I would have drawn up a year to materialize, but Buck still gave me the opportunity to go out there. It's a great opportunity, and fortunately, the team has played well behind me, and I'm just taking advantage of some breaks. Like I said, it's not the way I've drawn it up, but hopefully it's starting to finish it like we thought we would do it.
Now, the Yankees have never played themselves out of a postseason appearance by blowing a lead with fewer than 8 games remaining. New York failed to win the 1974 pennant after leading with 8 games left. They were overtaken by the Orioles in the season's final week. And finally, if the Yankees win today's game, they'll enter the playoffs having posted a 22-6 mark since the 1st of September. The last team to enter the postseason with a record of at least 16 games above 500 during the final month of the season was the Mets of '88. The last American League club 15 years ago, the White Sox of '83. So now we set the story for today's game, and that, of course, includes what happened last night because everything is intertwined. The Angels, the Mariners, and the Yankees. Later, we'll show you how the Mariners lost, and that set up some extra emotions for the California Angels as they took on the Oakland A's. Here's the score of last night's game. The Texas Rangers beat Seattle 9-2, and while that was happening, the Angels found themselves in an early hole. Here's how it happened. In the top of the second inning, it was 2-1 Oakland when Sean Bosky watched Stan Javier single to left. That brought in Mike Bordick, and the Oakland A's had an early 3-1 lead. However, in the bottom of the fourth inning, Oakland still up, runners on first and second base. Chili Davis at the plate. It's a 3-run home run to right field, his 20th, and the Angels were in front 4-3. Now in the bottom of the fifth, runners on first and second, Mark Aker, and J.T. Snow does it again. The ex-Yankee with a 3-run home run to right center. California leading at that point 8-3, cruising the final score of 9-3. And one more look at the final score. There it is. Harkey over Wasden as California beats Oakland, keep pace with New York, and put additional pressure on Seattle, trailing them now by only 1 game. Which brings us finally to today. Now, most people would say David Cone is able to pitch. Why isn't he pitching? The Yankees have to get into the postseason. Well, it's pretty simple from Buck Showalter's perspective. David Cone's previous 2 starts came on 3 days rest. So maybe that's an even more risk to put him in today's game. Plus, the Yankees' mission is not simply to win the wild card, but to do much better. And to do that, they'll need Cone, and they'll need McDowell when Seattle first strikes in the postseason Tuesday and Wednesday. Meanwhile, Sterling Hitchcock has done nothing but create a stronger feeling for his recent success against Toronto and the recent successful homestand. Sprague and Knorr ground outs, part of 12 straight outs in the game. Mike Huff, he's gone, and to the bench. The final out getting Perez here to ground out 4-3, and it was such a stirring game for the Yankees as they swept Toronto 4 games on the homestand that when Randy Velarde completed the putout, Don Mattingly grabbed the ball and made sure that Sterling Hitchcock had it as a souvenir. That in hand, the Yankees completed the homestand with a 6-1 record and took to the road. And in Milwaukee, they took the Brewers for 2 more. Hitchcock striking out Pat Listash and getting great defense from a man that Hitchcock called Jerry Rice. Don Mattingly pulling it down over the shoulder and down the line. And more great Randy Velarde play it short. Deep to the hole, plants the foot, and fires across in time. The Yankees sharp that day as Andy Pettitte was joined by Sterling Hitchcock, double digits now for young Yankee pitchers for the first time since 1966. 2 pitchers with a 10-win season under the age of 25, not done since Fritz Peterson and Mel Stottlemyre. Meanwhile, Hitchcock going today means Cone has to wait. So when, he doesn't know, but understands.
I understand what's going on, and we've got a chance to wrap this up ourselves and set up the playoff rotation. That's a good shot. And Sterling Hitchcock's pitched awful well, too, as Scott Kamenicki, and they both deserve the chance to pitch in these kind of games, and we're hoping we can get it done ourselves.
Okay, so Cone waiting until possibly pitching tomorrow in a game against California, or more positively for Buck on Tuesday. Waits to see what Sterling Hitchcock does today. 10-10 is his record. He goes up against Pat Henkin, 3 games below 500 with an ERA over 5, one of the many struggling pitchers for Toronto. The Yankees lineup today, Buck's favorites, Deion James is in left, then Bernie Williams in center, Paul O'Neill in right. Ruben Sierra is the DH. Don Mattingly knows what's on the line. He's at first base. Mike Stanley behind the plate. Randy Velarde is at third base today. Wade Boggs still can't go on the bad hamstring. Tony Fernandez, in a place he once won a world championship, is at short. And Pat Kelly, one of the heroes of the weekend, is at second base. For the ever-changing face of the Toronto Blue Jays, Michael Huff will be at short. The DH is Paul Molitor. Joe Carter is in left, John Olerud at first, Ed Sprague at third, Robert Perez is in right field, Alex Gonzalez is at short, Randy Knorr is the catcher, and Tomas Perez spells Roberto Alomar sitting on his 300 average. Shame on him. The Yankees stretching and getting ready. When we come back, the update from the MSG Sports Desk and Gus Johnson about last night.
The Rangers take on the Islanders Monday at 7:30 here on MSG.
Changing channels? Or changing your life? The choice is yours. Change your life by calling the Dating Network and place your free video personal just like this. Call now, 1-800-949-DATE. Then watch the Dating Network at these times. Get control. Choose who you date and change your life. Call the Dating Network now.
Golf Digest introduces 8 ways to a better golf game. It can help you experience a game that's better all around. Get the 8 ways to a better golf game video. It's guaranteed to improve your game, and it's free with your paid subscription.
Order 12 issues of Golf Digest for just $19.77 now and get the latest video free. Call 800-232-2700. That's 800-232-2700.
It's the family fun place in Ocean County, the Ground Round. Our food and our family prices tell the real story. Delicious award-winning baby back ribs, sumptuous lobster and shrimp scampi, Mexican food specials that are out of this world, the most unique pasta dishes, and a great place to enjoy your favorite drinks and watch your favorite sporting events all year long. The Ground Round, your family fun place on Hooper Avenue in Toms River, across from the Ocean County Mall.
Traffic brought to you by the New Jersey Lottery. It pays to dream. New Jersey Lottery, it pays to dream.
Hello, everybody. I'm Gus Johnson at the MSG Sports Desk with a baseball update. The Cleveland Indians, they wrapped up the Central Division a long time ago, but Indians fans still have plenty to cheer about. That's because Albert Bell stormed in the record books yesterday. He became the first man to hit 50 home runs, along with 50 doubles on the year, and the first man to hit 50 home runs since Cecil Fielder. And they took on Kansas City, and Albert Bell just went out of the yard as he homered off Melvin Bunch at Jacobs Field, and this one, number 50 on the year. Albert Bell into the record books, the first man to hit 50 homers and 50 doubles in Major League Baseball history. Now, the Indians also announced that former Yankee Dave Winfield will not be on their postseason roster. Winfield is hitting .191 with 2 home runs and 4 RBI on the year. Take a look now at your American League scoreboard. Kansas City falls to Cleveland. Meanwhile, Seattle falls to Texas 9-2. Elsewhere in the American League, Boston beats up on Milwaukee 9-1. Minnesota down Chicago 7-6, and Baltimore just destroys Detroit 12-0. In the National League, the Mets sure will be interesting next year. That's because yesterday they pick up their 5th consecutive win as they spanked the Atlanta Braves 8-4. Played it at Shea Stadium, and they were down 3-0, and they come back in the 6th. Rico Brogna at the plate, lines a double down the right field line. Carl Everett scores. Jeff Kent moves to 3rd, and the Braves led it only 3-2 at that point. Braves pitcher Jason Schmidt fell victim to poor defense. Next batter, Scott Hundley. Fly ball to right field, and watch Dave Justice. He loses it in the sun. Jeff Kent will score, and the Mets go on to tie the ball game up at 3 apiece. Your next hitter, Eddie Alfonso, who singles up the middle, 2-run score. Mets go up 5-3. They go on to win it 8-4 for their 5th consecutive win. And your National League scoreboard, Colorado beats San Francisco 9-3. Larry Walker, his 35th home run of the year. Billy Swift wins for the 8th time in his last 9 tries. Meanwhile, Houston, they beat Chicago 9-8 and eliminate the Cubs from the playoff picture. Elsewhere in the National League, Pittsburgh falls to St. Louis 5-1. Philadelphia beats Florida 3-2, and Montreal, they beat Cincinnati 6-1. And for the rest of the scores for Major League Baseball, we now go to Al Trotwig, who's standing by in Toronto.
Other scores from last night include Raul Mondesi playing hurt, delivering 2 hits to the Dodgers' cause, 2 RBIs, clinch it for Los Angeles. Colorado and Houston going down to the final day as well. Hideo Nomo the win. He's 13-6. That brings you up to date for last night in baseball, setting the stage for the season's final day. When we come back, Jim Cott sits down with Buck Showalter to explain exactly why Sterling's pitching today.
AT&T now offers you the only program with savings on all kinds of calls, no matter where you make them or who you make them to. No competitor single plan offers this broader reach. Introducing AT&T True Reach Savings. You'll save on every type of call on your AT&T phone bill to anyone, anywhere in the U.S. Sign up and save 25% every time you spend just $25 a month. True Reach. That's your true choice. AT&T.
It is a world of total confidence. It is Avalon. It is smooth acceleration from a powerful V6 with stability and maneuverability that goes beyond the expected. For the most refined ride of any Toyota ever. Avalon, the new flagship from Toyota. Experience the tranquility.
the official airline of the 1996 Olympic Games, Delta has created an event just for business travelers, the International Dash. With 4,900 daily flights to 300 cities, we'll fly you to the business world with a schedule that's as full as yours. And we don't do it so we can finish first. We do it so you can. Delta Airlines.
There are a lot of summer clearances, but do any have real savings?
Now, your Chrysler Plymouth dealer brings you the biggest summer clearance ever. Our biggest cash back ever. Our lowest APR ever. Our lowest lease rates ever. 3 great ways to save on Chrysler Plymouth minivans and cars. We hear you. We've got your number. Our biggest summer clearance ever. For a limited time only at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
AT&T Yankee Scorecard has been brought to you by AT&T, bringing certainty to the uncertain world of business. AT&T, for the life of your business. And by your Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
Continue and welcome you back to the Sky Dome in Toronto. The Yankees and the Toronto Blue Jays playing game number 144. Remember the rule, the Yankees win, they're in. After that, you've got to pay a little bit extra attention. Well, many of you might be wondering, why does Buck Showalter not go to David Cone today, his proven ace, who's ready to go perhaps, and pitch this game, which could put the Yankees in their first postseason since 1981? Well, the reasoning is actually quite simple, and remember, Lou Piniella is doing exactly the same thing. He's got Tim Belcher on the mound today with a 1-game lead over California, knowing that he would want Randy Johnson if he needs him tomorrow in the 1-game playoff out west. It is also a repetition in Yankee history. Let's go back to 1978. Here's what manager Bob Lemon did when the Red Sox surged and the Yankees had to hold on. He pitched Ed Figueroa on Saturday, Hunter on Sunday. All right, that's not Sterling Hitchcock, but Hunter on Sunday, and his ace, Ron Guidry, on Monday. Buck would counter with David Cone, and Tuesday, then, the ALCS with Beatty. It would be perhaps Jack McDowell's chance to make noise for the Yankees if that were the case. Either way, Buck Showalter considered all the options, and earlier today in the Yankee dugout, Buck Showalter sat down with our own Jim Cott to go over all the permutations.
Buck, you've been leading up to this for a long time, obviously, but now this weekend is here, and tell us about the thoughts that went into your pitching plans for today and, if possible, tomorrow.
Well, I don't think there's a whole lot of what else we could do, Jimmy. To pitch David Cone back-to-back on 3 days rest with a blister on his finger is just not a good risk at this point, and we're going to have him pitching a couple games in the playoffs if we get there in order to compete anyway. This is Hitchcock's regular day. And it was tougher really last night going with Cammy, and he really came through with a big outing for us. So I don't really see any other way to go right now.
Emotionally, you got to the clubhouse today. You see your players every day. Anything different about today or inside of you? Did you sleep well last night?
Well, I don't think anybody, I haven't slept well for quite a while, but those things, that's what the off season's for. But there's a little different sense of anxiety here. I think everybody would like to go ahead and get the game started. That first day here in Toronto, I had to wait around for an 8 o'clock start. Was tough on a lot of guys. I think there's a certain amount of curiosity in everybody's mind right now. They want to find out what's going on and what we're going to be doing tomorrow. And it's nice to know after yesterday's game there's definitely going to be another game played at Yankee Stadium, and fans are going to get to see Don Mattingly definitely play another game.
All right, we're all set. Game number 144. The Yankees have played their butts off to control their destiny. That's exactly what they do have today. Thanks for joining us all season on the AT&T Yankee Scorecard. The Yankees and the Blue Jays coming up next on MSG.
He's baseball's Iron Man, shattering a record once thought to be unbreakable. Now, the leading manufacturer of 23-karat gold sculptured trading cards is proud to honor Cal Ripken Jr. The pride of Baltimore is captured in beautiful detail, with his sculptured image encased in a clear protective holder for generations to enjoy. His career accomplishments are reflected from the 23-karat gold luster on the reverse, a standard for future greats of America's pastime. Each of these collectible cards is individually numbered, making every one a unique piece of baseball history. This card can be yours for only $29.95. Have your Visa, MasterCard, or American Express ready and call the toll-free number now. Operators are standing by to take your order. Cal Ripken, Iron Man, and Golden Collectible.
Person needs to send resume to New York. Wants to make a big impression. Goes to post office. Finds out priority mail is a smart solution. Resume gets noticed. Person gets job. Now, if they can only get a cab. Team needs new jerseys. Person has to deliver them overnight. Goes to post office. Finds express mail is a smart solution. Guarantees delivery. Jerseys arrive on time. Person avoids getting sacked.
We remember our lives in pictures. But the parts in between those pictures, long stretches of life, we too easily forget. Presenting the Nikon Light Touch Zoom, the world's smallest 35mm autofocus zoom. You will take more pictures. You will remember more, and perfectly.
Nikon cameras are available at all Nobody Beats the Wiz Total Entertainment Centers.
This is Ranger Country, all season long on MSG.
1981 was the last time baseball's most storied franchise found themselves in the postseason. A loss to the Dodgers was just about the official end of an era that included some of the most fondly remembered players. They made the team as good as it was. 10 years later, the New York Yankees were as bad as it gets. They made mistakes and lost for some of the longest stretches in the history of the team. But by 1994, the Yankees resumed what seemed to be their rightful place, on top and leading the way, with new heroes like an uncovered talent in Mike Stanley, and another in Paul O'Neill, who tries to hit bullseyes in right. Their destiny was destroyed by greed in high places. Returning to that lofty spot a season later has been a documentary on the Stress Olympics. But blackjack has become a great deal. And Bernie Williams, a star in bloom. By the time today is over, David Cone may be preparing to begin a new push to the series for the team to which he has contributed mightily. It has come down to the season's final day. And the dangling carrot, one of the richest in sport. This is New York Yankees Decision Day Baseball on MSG. The Yankees look to sweep the Blue Jays today, something they've never done at Sky Dome in Toronto. Buck Showalter looks to Sterling Hitchcock to get the job done. Meanwhile, Toronto closes out a long and losing season by sending Pat Henkin to the mound. Another big crowd is here, many of them Yankee fans. Two of the more compelling stories, Sterling Hitchcock, obviously the biggest opportunity of his baseball life. And for Don Mattingly, on the verge of perhaps heading to the postseason for the first time in his career. And good afternoon, everybody. I'm Al Trautwig. This is the biggest Yankee game we've ever had the opportunity to bring your way on MSG in 7 years of covering the team. Now, last night the Seattle Mariners lost, the California Angels won, so did the Yankees. And so we have two teams, Seattle and the Yankees, who both lead California by a game. The scenarios are numerous, 6 overall. Here's what has to happen for the Yankees to get to the postseason. If they win today, they're in. The division series opens on Tuesday night. If by some chance the Yankees lose and the Angels lose, they are in. Loud fireworks in the background here at Sky Dome. That's what the Yankees hope to do to Toronto today. If the Yankees lose and the Angels win and the Mariners lose, there's a three-way tie, but because of a weird rule, the Yankees are in and the Angels must play the Mariners one game tomorrow. Now, if the Yankees lose and the M's and the Angels both win, that means Seattle gets the division and the Yankees and Angels play a one-game playoff tomorrow at the stadium at 1:30. What a rough job it would be for California to have to fly cross-country. But to get to the postseason, you've got to do things like that. It takes all you've got. And the Yankees have put a lot into this through the month of September, trying to erase an early part of the season in which everything did not go their way. Let's go upstairs and get more from Dave Cohen and Jim Cott.
Thank you, Al. So this is it, the final game of the regular season, we think, and everything's out in the open today. All the emotions, the anxieties, the anticipation, the nerves, the butterflies, and the confidence.
As Al has said, and all the players have said, there is so much anxiety. This is a game you look forward to covering. You can get excited about it, and I think for the Yankees, yes, it's a little tougher to sit still if you're a player. It's a little tougher to stand still, especially Don Mattingly, because he has said, as all the Yankee players have, when you go back to the start of spring training, this is the game you want the opportunity to play in. And all of them have that opportunity. And I think Don Mattingly and the Yankees, if they get to postseason play, they'll find that the pressure is not any greater in postseason than it's been this entire week.
And this will be game 1,785 for Don Mattingly, and the Yankees have fate in their own hands. The baseball gods have been smiling upon the Yankees, and they can look up today. There's no roof over their heads. The Yankees today going with Sterling Hitchcock. A couple of starts ago, he was really scruffling.
Well, Buck explained why he made this decision. David Cone held off for a potential playoff game tomorrow. And you're right, Dave. Sterling Hitchcock thought 2 starts ago against the Blue Jays this would be his last start of the year. He would go to the bullpen. Got some nice fielding help from Randy Velarde, pitched a complete game, beat the Blue Jays, backed it up with a nice start against the Brewers. His numbers in the last 2 starts, and his job today is again to try to get this game and the ball in the hands of John Wetland.
So Sterling Hitchcock goes today for the Yankees, and Pat Hinkin, who's had a tough time winning here for the Toronto Blue Jays since May, will pitch for the Blue Jays. Cito Gaston and Buck Showalter meeting at home plate, and Don Mattingly can't wait to get it on. We'll be back on MSG with the start of today's game right after this.
Dad?
Yeah?
There's something I want to tell you.
What is it, son?
Well, Dad, you're my dad. And I love you, man.
You're not getting my Bud Light, Johnny.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
Ray, forget it, Johnny.
Everybody, Cousin Sal from America is coming from the airport.
Did he rent from hell?
Not exactly, but Sal got some deal.
Did he get computerized driving directions like hell?
Not exactly, but he'll be here. Excuse me. Sal speaks Italian. Excuse me. Not exactly.
In Europe, there's Hertz, and there's not exactly. Make sure you choose the right one.
It's me, Sal from America. Anybody else?
All week on the Discovery Channel, legless, carnivorous, aquatic, and vicious. To some, creepy. To others, cool. Do you hate snakes, gators, lizards, real big lizards? Watch out. Every weeknight, all week. Don't look away if you're smart. Dinosaur Descendant on Wild Discovery every weeknight at 8 Eastern and Pacific on the Discovery Channel. Explore your world.
Emma, seems like we've known each other forever.
Yeah, I know. 2 weeks.
Will you marry me? 'Cause Emma, I love you, man.
Oh, Johnny, you're not getting my Bud Light.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down,
Johnny?
make it a Bud Light.
Jane?
It's Joan.
Jane, Joan, whatever. I feel like I've known you forever.
New York Yankees baseball is brought to you by Nobody Beats the Wiz Home Entertainment Centers. By Delta, the official airline of the New York Yankees and Madison Square Garden. By AT&T, bringing certainty to the uncertain world of business. AT&T, for the life of your business. And by Pizza Hut, home of the stuffed crust pizza.
And you couldn't ask for a prettier afternoon than we have today in Toronto as Pat Hinkin is on the mound for the Blue Jays, getting set to oppose the Yankees for the 4th time this year. Overall, Hinkin at 10-13, his ERA over 5. And the opponent's hitting a very healthy .289 against the right-hander who has never missed a start in his major league career. 86 consecutive starts. Deion James is the Yankee leadoff man, and the left fielder Bernie Williams, and Paul O'Neill and the DH Ruben Sierra. Don Mattingly, Mike Stanley, Randy Velarde starts at third, Tony Fernandez back at short, and Pat Kelly at second. So Deion James steps in to face Pat Hentgen. Third time this season, Deion is hit in the leadoff spot. Ted Hendry is the umpire behind the plate, and the first pitch of the game is high, ball one. The Yankees, a very disciplined team, leading the American League in walks. Deion James has struggled since he's become virtually the everyday left fielder, hitting only .196 in starting 20 of the last 28. That's a strike.
Talking with Buck before the game, and those that missed it on the AT&T scorecard, when he said there's a little more anxiety in the clubhouse, he could sense how the players were eager to get the game started. And that, Dave, is the key element in approaching games like this. You saw Don Mattingly running around, pacing as everyone, and once they throw that first pitch for the player, it's like, okay, this is what we've been waiting for. And when you have to play an 8 o'clock game at night, it's longer. So the advantage in playing these kind of games is to get to the park and start them as quickly as you can.
Another foul ball off the bat of Deion. Of course, if the Yankees can win, they'll get home at a reasonable time this evening, too, which would give them an advantage.
They have the best of all the scenarios that Al Troutway pointed out and explained on the pregame show. But travel-wise, no matter what happens today, win or lose, the Yankees are going to New York. It's a short trip, good night's rest, day game tomorrow. A lot of here's Boston, the division champion. They don't know yet whether they're going east or west.
Deion staying alive as he foul-tipped it off the mat. The glove of Randy Knorr, the catcher today. The Toronto Blue Jays started 3 different catchers in New York last week. So far in this series, we've seen only Sandy Martinez and Randy Knorr. Lance Parrish is the 3rd catcher. 2-2 is the count to Deion James. In the air to left, hit foul territory, and this one's going to find the track.
And as that Sprague chases that foul ball, let's take a look at the Blue Jays in the field. Brought to you by NYNEX. Joe Carter in left, Michael Huff in center, and Robert Perez is over in right. Ed Sprague, the 3rd baseman. Tomas Perez at 2nd. John Olerud at 1st, with Randy Knorr catching. Shortstop has been a key position in this series. Alex Gonzalez, who muffed the double play ball Friday night to keep the Yankees alive and in the lead in the wild card.
Deion gets the full count now for Pat Hentgen. Yeah, that was a perfect double play ball on Friday night, and it opened up the proverbial floodgates as the Yankees had their first come from behind win after they trailed after 8 innings. They scored 4 times in the 9th. And Deion earns the leadoff walk to start the game.
Well, you would expect nothing less than a professional at bat from Deion James, and he really gave it to the Yankees in getting the game started. Fouled off a lot of tough pitches and ends up with a walk.
Now Bernie Williams, all those numbers you see, average, home runs, RBIs, are career highs. He had 2 hits in yesterday's game. In fact, he's had 2 hits in 13 of his previous 26 games. The Yankees don't have the 1-2 punch with Wade Boggs out of the lineup today, but Bernie stays in the number 2 spot, and he looks at a fastball high.
Well, Hentgen is a high ball pitcher, and the Yankees, with coaching from Rick Down, pregame preparation, are very aware of that. And their goal as hitters is to try to lay off that high fastball.
John Olerud is the 1st baseman. 1-1 now to Bernie Williams.
Even the line drives in batting practice had a little more pop to them. That's good movement on what appeared to be Hentgen's changeup going down and away. I mean, the adrenaline even in batting practice. Some days you listen to the ball come off the bat, you know, pop, pop. Today, pow, it had a little extra zing to it.
I was so anxious to get here. I got here about 9 o'clock, and you were already here for an hour.
Don't want to miss these. As Buck said, you don't need a lot of sleep this time of the year. That's what the off season's for. Ball players' motto: sleep in November.
Paul O'Neill is the on-deck man. 70 degrees here at game time. The roof is open. And that's significant because the Blue Jays are only 500 all-time in this Sky Dome, and the roof is open. 123 wins, 123 losses. This one will carry into the stands. A lot of room in foul territory here at Sky Dome. Bernie's numbers?
Yeah, Pat Hentgen with good success against Bernie. Probably because most lefties like the ball down, and Hentgen can get you to chase that high stuff. It's a little tougher for a lot of left-hand hitters to catch up with.
Good job behind the plate by Randy Knorr. No advance for Dion.
Good discipline. See, we've seen Russ Davis chase some pitches like that now in his chances to play, but as he gets more playing time, and we've seen what Bernie has done over the last couple years, develop that discipline to lay off those.
He has been remarkably consistent. 308 from the left, 303 from the right side. Well hit to center field, just like O'Neill shot yesterday, carrying and off the base of the wall. Huff one hands and returns, and Dion has to stop at third base. Some first inning thunder again, this time provided by Bernie Williams with his 29th double of the year, 56 extra base hits. That ties him with Paul O'Neill for the club lead.
Good at bat again by Bernie Williams. He laid off that pitch in the dirt, got one a little higher than that. Dion James held up for a moment, thinking Michael Huff might catch up with that. And notice how quickly the ball caromed back to Michael Huff. That's why Willie Randolph had to put the stop sign up.
So that sends Paul O'Neill to the plate now with a chance to add to his career high RBI total, 96. In this shortened season of 144 games. There's a typical high fastball taken for strike one. The Yankees in sweeping Toronto last week in New York saw the Blue Jays jump out and score first in each game. That happened, of course, Friday night. But yesterday, the Yankees scored in the first inning. Now O'Neill falls behind, 0-2. Dion James walked and went to third on the double by this man, Bernie Williams. Don Mattingly waiting his turn.
He has been a man in motion since he's taken the field today. He can't wait for that first at bat.
Sierra is the guy who is on deck. This one won't get out of the infield. Gonzalez. Big out recorded there against Paul O'Neill by Pat Hentgen.
And those are the little things in games like this, and Paul O'Neill and the Yankees have been one of the best in the league all year, but you think Paul O'Neill recognizes the importance of that at bat? Wham! And all you hope for is that the teammates hitting behind you will pick up and make up for that.
So O'Neill stays at 96 runs batted in. Came into the Yankee clubhouse today, was all excited about his Ohio State Buckeyes, but after that at bat, that's long gone from his mind. Now Ruben Sierra. Sierra on the road trip, 3 for 17. You see, he's had one long ball, but not much. That's his only hit against Hentgen. That one should get a run home, at least one, and it's off the base of the wall. Dion scores. Here comes Bernie, and Ruben Sierra goes in with a sliding double in the second. 32 doubles on the year for Ruben Sierra, and now 44 RBIs in 56 Yankee games. 2-0 Yankees.
Well, you mentioned the lack of success that Sierra had against Hentgen, but Hentgen does him a favor, throws that breaking ball down and in. That's right in Sierra's zone. And he golfs this line drive right off the right field wall. Yeah, James is waving Bernie home right behind him. No one feels better about that hit than Paul O'Neill.
And how appropriate it hit the let's play ball sign, and the Yankees have come out playing ball here in the first inning. Mattingly's hit in 8 straight. Sierra stays at second base.
That makes Paul O'Neill feel a lot better after the at-bat he had with runners on second and third, nobody out.
Mattingly batting with 1 out, 2 runs in the top of the first inning. He hits a high fly down the right field line. Long run there for Robert Perez, and it's just a long foul ball. Our Budweiser quote book: if this isn't pennant race baseball, then you don't know anything about baseball. Playing for a wild card is no different than a pennant race.
Yeah, you can talk about the wild card situation and whether you like it or not, but on the field, and we touched on this in the open, the players won't feel any more pressure in postseason play than they have felt trying to win this wild card.
From day to day, they didn't know exactly who they were chasing, but they knew what they had to do to get to this position, and that is win and win and win. And despite winning 10 of their last 11, still nothing guaranteed.
I think that's what you hear about it in Super Bowls. A lot of Super Bowls aren't, they don't live up to their advanced billing. And I think players like Don Mattingly, once he gets to the World Series, if he gets that far, is going to find that the pressure right now is greater than it'll be in the series.
2-2 to Mattingly. That pitch was way up in the zone, and it's in foul territory behind the plate. There's Randy Knorr. So both O'Neill and Mattingly pop out in the first. 2 away. Ruben Sierra down at second, talking with Tomas Perez. And now Mike Stanley will get a chance. Stanley's average now is dipped under 270 as a result of going 1 for 9 in the games in Milwaukee and Toronto. Mike Stanley is just an RBI shy of his career high. He's got 83 right now. Doesn't get too high or too low. Buck Showalter on the Yankee bench. 1-1 to Stanley with 2 outs in the Yankee first.
Came in early this morning with that game face on about 8:30, and Al Troutway got an interesting comment about hockey players the other day when he said that John Davidson had told him that Fred Sherrill, the hockey coach, said attack the puck with ill humor. You know, be kind of angry, and you could almost sense that in the clubhouse today. That's a good sign. You know, guys are eager. They're a little on edge. They want to get started. They want to compete.
So they say about fighters, throwing a punch with bad intentions.
Right.
Stanley forced to duck away from that one from Haitkin. The count goes 2-2 to Mike Stanley now.
Yeah, Mike likes that ball down, and as he starts his stride, that one right up around the bill of that skull cap.
He's taken his share of hits behind the plate. He's delivered a few at the plate. But he doesn't get that fastball from Haitkin, who strikes out Stanley and the first inning. But the Yankees strike for 2 runs on 2 hits, doubles by Bernie Williams and Ruben Sierra. 2-0 with the Blue Jays coming to bat.
AT&T now offers you the only program with savings on all kinds of calls, no matter where you make them or who you make them to. No competitor single plan offers this broader reach. Introducing AT&T True Reach Savings. You'll you'll save on every type of call on your AT&T phone bill to anyone, anywhere in the U.S. Sign up and save 25% every time you spend just $25 a month. True Reach. That's your true choice. AT&T.
There are a lot of summer clearances, but do any have real savings?
Now, your Chrysler Plymouth dealer brings you the biggest summer clearance ever. Our biggest cash back ever. Our lowest APR ever. Our lowest lease rates ever. 3 great ways to save on Chrysler Plymouth minivans and cars. We hear you. We've got your number. Our biggest summer clearance ever. For a limited time only at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
See an encore play of today's Yankees versus Toronto Blue Jays game tonight, right here on MSG.
Bottom of the first at Sky Dome in Toronto with Sterling Hitchcock on the mound. If the Yankees win, they're in. They don't have to worry about anybody else to get the official wild card invitation. Sterling Hitchcock, 10-10 this season. He is 15-15 in his career. In the 26 games he's pitched, the Yankees have won 13 and lost 13. So it's been a 50-50 proposition. But as you look at the bottom figure, the opponent's only batting .245 against Sterling Hitchcock. Michael Huff will lead off for the Toronto Blue Jays, and Paul Molitor and Joe Carter. John Olerud, the cleanup man, Ed Sprague, Robert Perez, Alex Gonzalez, Randy Knorr, and Tomas Perez.
Behind Sterling Hitchcock in the field, brought to you by NYNEX. Deion James in left, Bernie in center, Paul O'Neill in right, Randy Velarde's at third, Pat Kelly and Don Mattingly right side of the diamond. Mike Stanley is the catcher. And I mentioned that shortstop has been a key position with Gonzalez booting the double play ball. Randy Velarde has played flawlessly, and today Tony Fernandez, accustomed to playing on this turf, is at shortstop.
Tony was here 10 years ago for the Blue Jays when they finally made it to the postseason. In 1985, Michael Huff's only home run came against Jack McDowell. An excuse me swing. Up in center field, more comfortable out there than Joe Carter has been. Sterling Hitchcock really has come back strong since that outing in Baltimore when he walked 9.
And that's been the key. As you see the last 2 swings, the key has been that split finger, the fork ball going down and away after he gets ahead in the count, which he is right now to Huff 1 and 2.
Well hit to right, but O'Neill is there. First out. A fly ball out, recorded by Sterling Hitchcock. There's Scott Kamieniecki on the Yankee bench. He was the hero yesterday for the Yankees as he went the distance, surviving a shaky first inning. But Sterling Hitchcock, as we go back to the McDonald's yesterday highlight, got this fly ball to left, caught by Gerald Williams, and that was it. Yes, a very emphatic Scott Kamieniecki yesterday with a complete game performance. Paul Molitor hits now with 1 out in the bottom of the first inning.
You hear the expression in baseball, he's only a .500 pitcher. Yankees very happy to have 2 pitchers just a game over .500. Kamieniecki is now 7-6, hoping Hitchcock will go 11-10.
Sterling Hitchcock at the start of the year used to bring his hands over his head, then they made the adjustment in his pitching motion at times. We've talked about the fact that he doesn't sight the target early enough. But this is, again, the time of the year when you got to put those mechanics aside, right?
Exactly. Fortunately for the Yankees, Sterling Hitchcock has been in a good groove. His motion has been very solid the last 2 starts. But it is too late in the season to be standing on the mound saying, where's my arm? Where do I plant my foot? 1, 2, 3, 4. Even though he continues to look at the ground before he picks up the target, the whole focus today is just how do I get that hitter out?
Molitor with the bunt, and wisely Randy Velarde lets it roll, and it kicks into foul territory. Molitor has compiled just outstanding numbers in his career. And Randy Velarde, the Yankee third baseman today, making the only decision he had.
Yeah, wily old veteran like Molitor tries the bunt. And Randy Velarde, a veteran, makes the right decision, seeing it's going to spin foul.
Molitor could be playing his final game with the Toronto Blue Jays. 3-2. Swing and a miss. Molitor looked like he was waiting for something inside and then had to lunge at the fastball away.
Great start by Sterling Hitchcock. We showed what Scott Kamenicki did yesterday. The most important inning in the game was the first inning. The Yankees got 4 on O'Neill's home run. Kamenicki gave up a couple knocks and then settled down. And the same is true for Sterling today. You get 2 runs on the board, and that first inning becomes your most important one.
Joe Carter. Early in the year, Jim Leyritz seemed to be the catcher more often than not with Sterling Hitchcock on the mound, but Mike Stanley's back there today, and he actually has a better record overall with Stanley behind the plate. Carter hits it foul out of play.
Again, you see a lot of empty seats here at Skydome, but surprisingly, as the game wears on, I mean, even yesterday they had upwards of 40,000, and they anticipate close to a full house today, the last game of the year.
Nasty looking pitch.
That's why Joe Carter has had some trouble with certain left-handers. He likes the ball inside, and Hitchcock and Stanley going down and away consistently.
Stanley will have to throw it down to first, unlike yesterday when a Blue Jay reached on a strikeout. Hitchcock gets 2 in the inning, striking out Molitor and Carter back-to-back, and after 1 here at Skydome, it's the Yankees 2 and the Blue Jays nothing.
The Rangers take on the Islanders Monday at 7:30 here on MSG.
Changing channels? Or changing your life? The choice is yours. Change your life by calling the Dating Network and place your free video personal just like this. Call now, 1-800-949-DATE. Then watch the Dating Network at these times. Get control. Choose who you date and change your life. Call the Dating Network now.
The National Business Employment Weekly, the only publication that updates you weekly on top jobs available regionally and nationwide. All kinds of jobs, professional, managerial, technical. And you'll learn how to land one of those jobs. Get 8 job-packed issues for just $35. Also get absolutely free the Job Search Guide. Call 800-892-9000. That's 800-892-9000. The National Business Employment Weekly. If you're not looking here, you're hardly looking.
You can see the children all around you. Running, jumping, playing. But can you see how many of them are suffering? About 1 million children are facing hunger right now in this area. That's a lot of children who don't get a lot to eat. Please, help fight hunger. Support your local Second Harvest Food Bank at your supermarket today.
Yankees come to bat in the top of the second inning, leading Toronto 2-0. Sterling Hitchcock keeping the towel on the left arm. 70-degree day here in Toronto as Aitken works to Velarde.
Yeah, it's one of those days that out on the field and in the sun, it is perfect. You know, in the dugouts, it's a little cool. You see the pitchers keeping the arm wrapped up.
Yankees began this game with Dion James earning a walk against Pat Hinkin. Went to third on the double by Bernie Williams. They both scored on Ruben Sierra's double. Now Velarde has a 2-0 count. Disciplined hitters. That's what the Yankees have been this season. Tony Fernandez will be next. Now 3-1 to Velarde, who has gone the last 2 games without a hit. That's something that hasn't happened for Randy since early July. Full count. If the Yankees should play a game tomorrow at Yankee Stadium, the gates would be open at 10 a.m. And if they win today, it won't be necessary. Foul ball that just missed coming into our booth.
Yeah, you could, in that close-up, you saw Randy Velarde talking to himself, going through his little keys as a hitter, and that is a key when you approach big games like this, is your preparation. No matter what the emotions are and the importance of the game, it all goes back to how you prepare.
Velarde earns the leadoff walk, so the scene repeats itself the way this game began with Dion James walking in the first inning. Well, Yankee fans, in the event the Yankees and Angels are tied for the wild card, the one-game tiebreaker will be played at Yankee Stadium tomorrow, Monday afternoon at 1:35. Tickets for this game will go on sale at Yankee Stadium advanced ticket windows following the conclusion of today's Angels-A's game, which should be around 7:30 tonight. So if the game is necessary, the stadium ticket windows will sell tickets beginning at 7:30 tonight, right around the clock, up until game time tomorrow. Tickets also available at Ticketmaster outlets tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Olerud holding Velarde on as Fernandez hits the ball foul.
Going back to that preparation, as we saw a shot of Rick Down in the Yankee dugout, the hitting coach, and no matter what the importance of the game, if you're prepared and you've gone through all the things as a hitter or as a pitcher, you've obviously got a chance to perform your best. And early this morning, the Yankee hitters going through the same routine that they would if it was a game on the 15th of May.
Another good job by Randy Norris. He blocks the breaking pitch, and Velarde stays at first base. How about it coming into the ballpark today? Everywhere you turn, somebody said, now, what happens if California wins and Seattle loses? What happens in that scenario? Everywhere you turn today, the same question.
Yeah, it was humorous, really, to hear the players starting early this morning, looking at the paper, looking at each other, asking questions. What's going to happen if the Yankees, if there's a three-way tie, or if this team loses?
Real high chop. Sprague in front of the shortstop, throws it wild. Fernandez on his way to second. Velarde will go to third. It's way down in the corner, and they're waving Velarde home. No play on Randy Velarde. The Yankees pick up a third run. 3-0 New York on the error on the throw by Ed Sprague.
Early break for the Yankees. Sprague, and note on this throw, you begin to appreciate Don Mattingly, because John Olerud, not in his class with the leather, stretched way down the line instead of out to meet the throw, and I think could very possibly have at least caught the ball, kept it from going down the right field line. That's those little subtle things that separate the good ones from the average, or the great ones from the average ones at first base.
Now Toronto has to bring their infield in. Olerud made the stretch, but couldn't hold on, and the ball went all the way down in the right field corner. Kelly, the hitter, looks at a breaking pitch for a strike.
And again, the early lead is so critical to the Yankees because of what's at stake for them, and because with the Blue Jays playing out the string, they have a tendency to go back on their heels when they fall behind.
Hankins been doing a lot of that, bouncing breaking pitches, and Knorr has stopped every one of them. Kelly with a 2-1 count with a chance to pick up an RBI and up the lead to 4-0. Right now it's 3-0 here in the second inning, and Dion James, the leadoff man, waits next. Friday night's hero, Pat Kelly.
Don't see any Yankee hitters with glowing numbers against Hemken. Wade Boggs is on the bench. He's had good success against him.
Kelly went 0 for 4 yesterday after that 9th inning improbable home run on Friday night. No doubt about it, the biggest home run of the year by a Yankee. Wade Boggs has been on the bench throughout this series, bothered by the hamstring.
He'd like to be in there.
That's a base hit by Pat Kelly. And Tony Fernandez trots home. The Yankees take a 4-0 lead. Well, you've talked about it. When teams are out of it, if you jump on them early, that can take any fight out of them.
Well, you got some good breaks, the Yankees did, and some good hitting. Pat Kelly not known as a particularly good breaking ball hitter. And that's what he got from Hentgen there. You see the good overhand curveball, and Pat stayed right with it. The infield in. And off the turf, it got through to Carter in a hurry. Going back, as Galen Cisco has a chat with Pat Hentgen on the mound, Dave, going back to the questions the players were asking, and Al Trautwig, if you missed it, explained it on the pregame show, and the players would say, wait a minute, if there's a 3-way tie and Seattle and California tie for first, they have a playoff, and the loser is automatically out, and that's the way it is. If that happened, the Yankees would automatically be in.
And the loser would have one more loss, having played one more game. And even though it does sound unfair, that's the way the rules are this time around.
Yeah, it's like
the Yankees would benefit.
It's like if you're on the PGA and you tie for first place with another player and you have a playoff, the loser goes back to third, and then the guy that was third moves up to second. It doesn't make sense, but that is the rule.
Dion hitting for the second time in as many innings. He walked to begin the game. As I said at the start of this inning, when the scenario repeat itself, the leadoff walk by Randy Velarde, and he did come around to score on the throwing error by the third baseman, Ed Sprague. He threw it from the shortstop's position on that high chop by Fernandez. 4-0 Yankees. Pat Kelly and Bernie Williams share the team lead in steals with 8. This time the Yankees are able to take a base as Hentgen bounces one. Nor had it blocked, but it rebounded in front of him.
Boy, the Maple Leafs might be scouting Randy Knorr. I mean, he's done a great job at even blocking that. Pat Kelly read the short pass ball perfectly. Good base running instincts. And as soon as it bounced out in front of Knorr, he advanced.
So Kelly's down at second, still nobody out. Hentgen struggling with control of his curveball. Dion James's job now is to get Kelly over to third. Count to Dion is 2-2. Bernie Williams next. Gonzalez, the shortstop, behind Pat Kelly, leading off second. And Dion does his job as he gets Kelly to move to third with one away here in the second inning. Well, Al figured these out before the game. The Yankees win, they're in. If the Yankees lose and the Angels lose,
they're in.
The Yankees are in. The Yankees lose, the Angels win, and the Mariners lose, then you have a 3-way tie, and the Yankees are in because one of those teams would end up with the extra loss. If the Yankees lose, the Mariners and Angels win, then we get the, did that say the playoff tomorrow?
Yeah, and there'll be the one-game playoff tomorrow. So when you digest all of those, the Yankees, and especially having a 4-run lead here in the second inning already, have the best percentages going for them. Buck, as he mentioned to Yankee fans, they will be assured, no matter what happens, of seeing the Yankees play in New York tomorrow. And if no playoff is necessary, they'll play on Tuesday.
Bernie hit the long double to straightaway center field in the first inning. Looked a lot like Paul O'Neill's shot yesterday in the first inning that cleared the wall.
that the left-hand hitters have taken advantage of. Deion James did a good job. As you pointed out, all he was trying to do was pull the ball and advance the runner. But Hentgen's thrown the left-handers a lot of breaking balls. And with his high fastball, that's really his second or third best pitch, second or third best option. Sierra hit a breaking ball. James pulled one. I think Bernie's hit out the left center looked like something off speed and down.
Blue Jays continue to have the infield in with one out. This one will be out of play down the left field line.
Well, you can imagine what Marcel Latchman is going through out in Anaheim right now. The importance of all the games today. It's interesting that they're all staggered starts. Texas and Seattle will start in another half hour. Cubs and Houston a little later, and then the Angels and the Oakland A's at 4 o'clock East Coast time.
Got him with a high fastball. Second out of the inning.
Yeah, that's Hentgen's best option against lefties. And fortunately for the Yankees, he has not thrown a lot of them there in the first 2 innings, but he gets Bernie with a high hard one.
Going back to last night, it was pretty frustrating not being able to find that California Angels game on any of the satellite transmissions. We visited a few of the restaurants and sports taverns around Toronto, and it was not to be found. It wasn't floating around out there in space.
I mentioned what Latchman might be going through. Marcel Latchman, he's probably standing in the Angels clubhouse with 2 lineup cards, hoping he gets to use plan A. But if the Yankees win and that game starts, why, their season could be over.
Another high fastball out of play, and likewise, had the Angels lost last night, we might have seen lineup card B for the Yankees today. It would have been fun to see a lot of these youngsters.
And then the Angels also, if the Yankees win, the Angels, with the Texas-Seattle game starting a little earlier, they also, wait and find out the results of that. That will affect his lineup.
That is going to be caught by the center fielder, Michael Huff. O'Neill hit it right on the button, but that play saves Toronto another run and takes away a hit and an RBI from Paul O'Neill. Well, O'Neill, first time up, was frustrated, and this time equally frustrated. But the Yankees tack on 2 more. They lead it 4-0 in the middle of the second.
AT&T now offers you the only program with savings on all kinds of calls, no matter where you make them or who you make them to. No competitor single plan offers this broader reach. Introducing AT&T True Reach Savings. You'll save on every type of call on your AT&T phone bill to anyone, anywhere in the U.S. Sign up and save 25% every time you spend just $25 a month. True Reach. That's your true choice. AT&T.
As the official airline of the 1996 Olympic Games, Delta is setting the pace for business travelers with an event of its own, the Around the World Relay. It's a team event, coordinating thousands of flights a day to cities throughout the world. So you can go from one plane to another, one place to another, in record time. Delta Airlines.
There are a lot of summer clearances, but do any have real savings?
Now, your Chrysler Plymouth dealer brings you the biggest summer clearance ever. Our biggest cash back ever. Our lowest APR ever. Our lowest lease rates ever. 3 great ways to save on Chrysler Plymouth minivans and cars. We hear you. We've got your number. Our biggest summer clearance ever. For a limited time only at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
Hey, MSG's rerunning the Yankee game. You watching this?
It's Yankees Rewind tonight on MSG. What are you going to wait for Jerry to call you?
New York York Yankees baseball is being brought to you in part by The Money Store, where you can refinance your home and consolidate your bills with just one phone call. That's right outside the Sky Dome. The roof is open and the sun is shining in and shining on the Yankees. 4-0. Bottom of the second inning, John Olerud. Sterling Hitchcock worked a 1-2-3 first inning, striking out Molitor and Carter back-to-back. Ted Hendry behind the plate calls that fastball a strike. It's 1-1 to Olerud. Olerud just hitting 132 against the Yankees this season.
Divided attention. Baseball game on the field and
the Shula Bowl.
Yeah, football game in the executive box.
That's a fair ball. Deion James will try to hold Olerud to a single, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it. Olerud in the second base with his 32nd double of the year. First hit of the game for Toronto.
Hey, you just tip your cap if you're Sterling Hitchcock. That pitch is down and away. Not a thing wrong with it, but Olerud waits, covers the plate, and the Yankees had him played off the line a little bit. James makes a nice effort to try to keep Olerud at first. John is in easily.
That'll be out of play down the right field line.
Tried to get Buck Showalter talk a little bit about what was going through his mind as far as pitching plans and how he would approach today's game, knowing that even if they lose, they have the chance to play a playoff game tomorrow and have David Cone starting. Would he operate his bullpen any differently today? Go to them earlier. And Buck has contended he has, just because Sterling Hitchcock may give up a couple of runs, he has great confidence in him, and he's not going to panic and all of a sudden bring some of his middle relievers in early or stretch John Wetland out, use him for 3 innings or something like that.
Velarde will try to barehand and make the play. Not in time. And a good job by Mattingly as he came off the bag, something Olerud was unable to do last inning. And he saves that throw from going wild. And now the Blue Jays, with the infield single, have runners at first and third.
Randy Velarde right there had to make a decision. He read the spin on the ball and obviously thought it was not going to spin foul. And you're right, there's the difference between Mattingly and a lot of first basemen. He came off the bag, saved the throw. Otherwise, the Blue Jays would end up with the same situation the Yankees had last inning. Man at third and a run in, nobody out.
Breaks of the game. Hitchcock has made a couple of good pitches, and he ends up with runners at first and third. The infield single there, and Robert Perez now the batter. Sterling Hitchcock, despite his record of 10-10 and his ERA of a 4.80, has allowed fewer hits than innings pitched by a wide margin. It's just that when he gets people on base, they have a tendency to all come in.
Well, the advantage here, and Buck pays a lot of attention to base runners, but the advantage for Sterling Hitchcock and the Yankees, Roberto Alomar is on the bench. Molitor is one of their lone base-stealing threats. So with Sprague at first base, no need to worry too much about the stolen base.
Hitchcock with a good job of jamming Perez.
And the other advantage being in this predicament for Hitchcock is you're working toward the bottom third of the Blue Jays batting order, and young hitters like Robert Perez have not shown a lot of discipline. Get him to chase pitches.
Velarde will go to the plate, and the perfect throw to Mike Stanley. Randy Velarde guns down a runner at the plate on a do-or-die play.
Yeah, it's a slow-paced game, but when you're in the field, you have to make quick decisions, and that's what Randy Velarde did. The high chopper, no chance for two. May not have gotten Perez at first. The perfect throw to Stanley where Mike could catch it inside. So Olerud did not shield him from the throw, and he's an easy out. That's a good play and a quick decision by Velarde.
Wow. You have to run through that mental checklist in a hurry and then make the perfect throw where Stanley could handle it and put the tag on the sliding John Olerud. Smoke by Gonzalez, strike one. Again, the value of Randy Velarde, wherever you play him, he comes up big. Runners now at first and second. Sprague the runner at second and Perez at first on the fielder's choice. Yankees 4, Toronto nothing. Hitchcock now behind Alex Gonzalez, 2-1. Gonzalez is a man very prone to striking out. He's whiffed 112 times in 110 games. Randy Knorr is on deck. Late on that one as well. 2-2.
Scott Kamenicki had one of his best fastballs yesterday, and you almost sense that, again, the adrenaline factor. Hitchcock with a better fastball and a little sharper breaking ball. That looked like it might have been a cutter or a splitter going down.
So Sterling now has the count out full to Alex Gonzalez with one out here in the Blue Jays second. The Yankees on top of Toronto 4-0. Sprague and Robert Perez the base runners. Yankees at 2 in the first, 2 in the second. And we'll do it again.
Yeah, and the runners held, and you would expect Cito Gaston to do that because of what you referred to. Gonzalez with 112 strikeouts. And it's tough as a manager to send the runners when you have somebody at the plate doesn't make a lot of consistent contact.
Bob Baylor, the coach at first for the Blue Jays. In for a called strike three. Gonzalez looked at the fastball.
Well, Gonzalez is a fastball hitter, and that's what he got on 3-2. Or was that a splitter? Looked like it had a little late movement. I think that's why Alex took up the argument with Ted Henry. Looked like it went through the strike zone high enough and then really dropped.
2 away now. The Yankees back in their normal defensive alignment with Randy Knorr hitting. Out without a base hit in his last 19 at-bats. This part of the season with a fractured right thumb. Right at Tony Fernandez, the underhand flip. And the force at second. Sterling Hitchcock helped out on the defensive side by Randy Velarde. And the Yankees lead it 4-0.
Now this is a scary sound. Transmissions make even scarier ones. Unless you bring them to AMCO. AA MCO.
Open your home to the warmth of stone from Clayton Block. Create just the look you desire with decorative stone from Clayton Block Company. By the pool, fireside, walkways, inside and out, Clayton Block has the styles and colors of stone for every home.
Come see the real masonry specialist at Clayton Block Company. For the nearest Clayton Block location, call 1-800-662-3044.
My brother and I just bought this place. I figured every way I could to draw customers here, and it just didn't come out. And one day, a friend of mine told me about cable TV. So I called Adelphia Cable, and I spoke with Craig.
I told Jack how being on television elevates your business and how cost-effective it really is.
We worked out a deal which was utterly amazing to me.
You can be on CNN, ESPN, and 14 other networks to choose from.
Stop telling people about everything and start showing it to them.
Now, even if you don't drive a Volvo, you could still be saved by one.
Well, on the right, Paul O'Neill, when something doesn't go his way, you can tell. Randy Velarde in the middle, and hard to pick up much in the way of emotion from him.
Yeah, Randy Velarde now in the first 2 innings has had to make 3 decisions down there, third quick ones, and it doesn't show up in the box score other than just a fielder's choice, but that is a terrific play. The timing of it with the first and third, nobody out.
Ruben Sierra takes a strike from Pat Hinkin. Sierra doubled home 2 in the first inning.
You know, again, to explain that as a terrific play, and some might think, well, you're overstating that. It was just a routine ground ball. But the importance of the game, first and third, nobody out, the quick decision, and the accurate throw, I thought made it that kind of a play.
And while that ball's in the air on that chop, he's got to run those decisions through his mind and decide what's my best option. His momentum is coming toward the plate, and he makes the throw that way. Sierra was not cheated on that swing as he goes to 2-2 in the count.
Now the Yankees might have gotten some breaks and taking advantage of them from Pat Hinkin in the first 2 innings because of all the breaking balls. Now he's going with a high blazer a little bit more.
Count remains at 2-2 to Ruben Sierra. Since he joined the Yankees, they have won 37 and lost 23. Let's check the Nobody Beats the Wiz out-of-town scoreboard. Cleveland, wow, already in 3 innings they've scored 11 runs, and Baltimore going for yet another shutout.
And those of you that follow baseball closely are aware of that Cleveland game. That would be their 100th win. Boston sitting in Milwaukee waiting to see whether they go to Cleveland or to the West Coast.
Later on, it'll be Todd Stottlemyre against Chuck Finley, and then Tim Belcher and Kenny Rogers. That's in for a called strike 3. Ruben knew it. So Hinkin coming back with an effective fastball.
And that's why he's had good success against Sierra. Ruben's double, only the second hit he's ever had. And that's that area that he has trouble reaching. Well off the plate.
3 strikeouts now for Hinkin as he works to Mattingly. Comes back with the overhand drop curve. Ball 1. Yankees 4, Toronto nothing. We're in the 3rd inning. 2-0 to Mattingly. Donnie went after that high pitch first time up.
And Donnie hoping that Mickey Tettleton inherits that distinction after today's game.
Poor Ernie never got to see the postseason.
Well, it's something for those that have been there, regardless of whether you've had a great career. You really appreciate the fun of it and the opportunity to play in those kinds of games. And that's all Don Mattingly, and that's all probably Ernie Banks asked for. Give me an opportunity to get there, to play in a game that'll get me there.
Well, he gets to first on the walk with 1 out in the Yankee 3rd. The walks have come back to haunt Pat Hinkin in this game. Leadoff walk to Deion James to start the game. He scored. Velarde walked in the 2nd inning. He scored. Now with one out, Mike Stanley bats here in the third. The Yankees would love to see Mike Stanley get hot. That's a potential double play ball. And they turn it. Stanley hitting into his 14th double play of the year. And for the first time in the game, the Yankees do not score. Mattingly erased on the double play. In the middle of the third, it's the Yankees 4 and Toronto nothing.
Hey, Yankee fans, see your field of dreams. Take a guided tour of the one and only Yankee Stadium. Visit the field, the dugout, the clubhouse, and more. It's your chance to experience the most famous stadium in sports history, up close and personal. Group tours are available by appointment only. All net proceeds benefit the New York Yankees Foundation. For more information and tour reservations, call 718-293-6013. We'll see you at the stadium.
I trained my boy McNeely to go toe-to-toe with the champ, and he did for 89 seconds. He didn't back down from any combinations thrown at him, and he ain't backing down from this one.
There's a new stuffed crust pizza from Pizza Hut. Not just cheese, but pepperoni baked right into the crust.
So good you'll eat it backwards. Show 'em, kid.
Oh, boy.
The new 1-2 combination cheese and pepperoni stuffed crust pizza.
Hey, McNeely, how many slices am I holding?
Your Ford dealers have 5 of the 10 best sellers in America. So when they have a clearance, it's a pretty big deal.
Get the best deals of the year on all 95 cars, trucks, and vans during the final days of the factory-authorized clearance.
That's what I call big.
Cash back and low financing, incredibly low lease rates, 5 of the 10 best sellers, all clearance price to move. But hurry, because the final days of the 95 Ford factory-authorized clearance are going on now.
See your Tri-State quality Ford dealer and see for yourself.
Nobody does it like you.
The new Hoover Steamback Deluxe with 5-brush agitator. Compared to professionals, there's no comparison.
Nobody does it like you.
New York Yankees baseball is being brought to you by the Discovery Channel. Explore your world. That is Center Island across the bay from Toronto. Used to play AAA baseball out there. The Toronto, I think they were the Maple Leafs, back when the International League had Havana, when it truly was international. Here inside Sky Dome with the roof open, the Yankees lead Toronto 4-0 as the Blue Jays bat in the bottom of the third inning. Tomas Perez, number 9 in the Toronto lineup. Facing Sterling Hitchcock. And a chance for Tony Fernandez. 1 down. We have seen a lot of first ball hitting late in the season by opposing batters.
Yeah, pitchers that have leads like Kamenicki yesterday, Hitchcock today, love that. Get a lot of those first pitch, second pitch outs. Then when you do get a tougher hitter up there, like Molitor, who would be the number 3 hitter this inning,
top of the lineup, Michael Huff for his second at-bat. I mentioned that early in the year, Jim Leyritz primarily was the catcher for Sterling Hitchcock. Leyritz has caught him 16 times, and his record 5-6 with Leyritz behind the plate. Stanley has caught him 10 times, 5-4. Stanley back there today.
Speaking of tougher hitters, question mark around baseball, I'm sure, as Leyritz practices his left-hand swing, is where's Roberto Alomar?
Yeah, where is he?
And he is somewhere in the Toronto clubhouse or dugout. And I asked Cito Gaston about him. If you asked him to hit, could he hit today? And Cito said, from my playing days, if a player told me, or guys that I played with, they said they're hurt, you don't play them. And he said, I know everybody said, oh, Alomar's sitting on 300, you're protecting him, but he has missed 9 of the last 15 games. And Cito said, the man said his back is hurt. He can't play. I'm not going to play him.
Well, when we saw him last week at Yankee Stadium, he made some dazzling plays in the field, including the behind-the-back toss for the force out at second base. Roberto Alomar, if the season ends and he doesn't fall below 300, would have 4 consecutive years at the 300 mark. He and Carlos Baerga would earn that distinction among second basemen, which is quite rare.
Boy, is that a nice comeback by Hitchcock. First and third, nobody out. Last inning, he gets out of it. Now he falls behind Huff. 3-0 and comes back with 1, 2, 3 strikes and a strikeout.
That's 4 in the game. And here's Paul Molitor, who was the first victim. Molitor was late on a fastball on the outside part of the plate his first time up. 2 away in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Hitchcock cruising in a 4-0 Yankee lead. That ball is into the left field corner, and Paul Molitor is on his way to second base with the 503rd double of his career.
He's 39. He's not having a banner year, but boy, with that short stride, he can still turn on a fastball. Looked like a fastball from Hitchcock, and he ripped it into the left field corner.
This will be the first time in 5 years that Molitor will hit below 300. Now Joe Carter bats with a man on and 2 outs. He also was struck out by Hitchcock in the first. Sterling's allowed 3 hits.
Kind of interesting to watch the Yankee players in the field. At home, you don't have an opportunity, obviously, to see all of them, but there are days when they just kind of stand around on their heels. But today there's been a lot of movement, a lot of anxiety, shifting side to side.
Got to look at Don Mattingly against Carter, who pulls everything, is Paul O'Neill in right field.
And tough to stand still on a day like today. Keep the game going. Keep it moving.
Mattingly way off first base against Carter. Velarde's at third. Mattingly's going to have a chance. That's it. Final out here in the 3rd inning. Sterling Hitchcock puts another 0 up on the scoreboard. The Yankees starting pitchers continue to put up the zeros. After 3 at Skydome, it's 4-0 Yankees.
You're watching MSG Network, also known as Ranger Country.
In the years to come, thousands of people will be protected because of a significant innovation from Volvo. The world's first side impact airbag. Now on every new Volvo. Drive safely.
I've got another one. If you run an ad and no one sees it, does it make a sale? No. So put your ad where more people are looking to buy. 9 out of 10 use it. The genuine Bell Atlantic Yellow Pages. Bell Atlantic, the heart of communication.
Something happens when you read the Wall Street Journal every business day. You start seeing opportunities where you never saw them before. See for yourself. Subscribe now to the Wall Street Journal. The Journal keeps you right at the heart of what's going on in business. Call now for the Journal and get your free guide to planning your financial future. Facts you need to start planning a secure future right now. Get 10 weeks of the Wall Street Journal for just $38 and get the guide free. Call now toll free. 800-862-3333. That's 800-862-3333.
The Yankees have done everything right so far, and they lead Toronto 4-0 as we go to the 4th. Randy Velarde to face Pat Henkin. First pitch gets things underway, and it's a strike. And Jimmy, I can't help but look at this team over the past month, facing must-wins really for the entire month, and coming through in a fashion that few teams have headed to the postseason with, and going 22-6. Sterling Hitchcock, perfect 1-2-3 inning, gets that out of the way. Randy Velarde barehanded twice in 1 inning.
That's why I think if they get to the postseason, maybe to the World Series, for a lot of them, like Don Mattingly, who's never been there, they're really going to find. It might be hard for people to understand, but the pressure during this week probably will be greater than that. And the fact that the Yankees have made all the plays you referred to really puts them in a nice position to perform well in the postseason.
Big swing by Randy, who walked off the field following batting practice and muttered to me, "Today's the day, Al."
Yeah.
We have a Yankee team picture in our studios back at Yankee Stadium. It's from 1988, and the only two faces on that team photo still left are Randy and Don. Velarde is gone. 1 out in the fourth. Fourth strikeout by Pat Henkin.
Yeah, Henkin's settling down now. He's throwing the fastball to lefties and the breaking ball to righties. First 2 innings, it was just the opposite. The Yankees capitalized on that, and a Toronto error to put 4 runs up. Now he's getting a little tougher.
Randy was right on it. The ball just broke more than he anticipated. Now Tony Fernandez, who reached on an error, as the Blue Jays have given the Yankees yet another glimpse of some of the calamities that have been part of their long season. Run scored on the play, and the Yankees went on to score another run in the inning. 2 in the first, 2 in the second. The big legitimate hit by Ruben Sierra. Wade Boggs out another game. Scott Kamenicki got it done in a big way with a complete game yesterday. Fernandez 1 and 2 in the stadium where he won a world championship. And the Yankees, who have had so much disappointment in this building, so many times they left the city of Toronto disappointed because of how good the Jays have been here. Today a little chance for revenge. Fernandez will beat it out. Gonzalez deep in the hole, did a nice pivot and covered a lot of ground, but Fernandez beats it out.
Ground ball in a good spot, but again, you appreciate the way Velarde has played shortstop the last couple weeks. We've seen Randy on similar balls pivot, plant the foot, put something on the throw. Gonzalez tried to throw it off balance and couldn't get enough on it.
Gonzalez committing one of the errors that has helped the Yankees along in this series. That in the 9th inning on Friday night when Pat Kelly hit his first home run since the month of May. Pops it up on the bunt. And the catcher, Randy Knorr, never saw it. I don't think he could have gotten there, but well, Buck still had time to talk to everybody today, but in a much more abbreviated fashion. He was one of those who was all over the ball field.
Very often you see players wearing those designer sunglasses at Sky Dome.
Fouled off. I remember way back in the early part of the season when Tony said he just sees the ball better no matter what the conditions with those.
Well, the amber ones tend to brighten it up on a cloudy day, but there must be some effect that cuts down on the glare. It is a very bright day in Toronto, what the players call a high sky. Not much cloud cover at all.
0-2 to Pat Kelly. In there for call strike 3. Kelly looking. 2 strikeouts in the inning. 5 now for Pat Henkin. He's toughening up.
Pat hit a curveball the first time. That looked like a changeup or a fastball, and he stuck it right on the outside corner. Yeah, Henkin appears to be one of those get them early or you don't get them. And the Yankees may have to make those 4 runs hold up.
First pitch to Deion James. Hankins out there not happy with something he's doing.
Disgusted with himself, saying throw the ball, and that's the difference in his success day and night. He's been.
See, my stats would be the opposite.
I know. Yeah. He's a daytime guy. You got to find out his recipe.
It's got to be biorhythms. Fernandez back. Can't emphasize enough just how different it was in the Yankee dugout prior to the game, on the field. At times it was subtle, but if you're on the field as often as we have been with this team, you know it right away.
Yeah, and that's not being, nervous in terms of tight, not able to play, because we've seen how the Yankees have performed. That's just natural when you're approaching something of this magnitude. There's that anxiety.
Not a lot of talking going on this bench right now.
A lot of fidgeting.
Deion James bounces one up the middle. It'll go through. Fernandez will hold. And Deion James has his first hit of the game. His bat's been quiet lately. That and a couple of hits from Mike Stanley would be a good sign for Buck and Rick Down. So with 2 outs and 2 on, the batter will be our Yankee of the Year, Bernie Williams. Bernie yesterday 2 for 5. Today doubled, struck out, and scored a run. The average at a very good-looking 307. And the ball gets away from Randy Knorr, and everybody's going to move up. And now 2 runners are in scoring position. Another miscue by the Toronto Blue Jays, and we'll see, as has been their custom this weekend, whether the Yankees can take advantage of it.
This weekend has shown you a great deal of the difference between these two teams during the season. The Yankees have played flawlessly. That looked like a cross-up, certainly a very catchable ball by Randy Knorr. And Cito has looked at that all year from the Blue Jays.
Up high above the letters, Bernie Williams now with a count of 2 balls and no strikes. Yes, you do not want to be the one who doesn't do the job today for the Yankees. No. Paul O'Neill's been extremely frustrated in his first 2 at-bats just because he cares as much as he does. 2-1. One of the ushers walked by me today, Jim, before the game and said, I don't remember seeing so many Yankee fans. I said, you know why? That's because the Yankee fans haven't been able to buy tickets in the previous years here. I mean, this crowd is as big as it is simply because of 2 things, the Yankees and its tourist attraction appeal.
And the Toronto fans have been so spoiled as we showed those championship banners in the 90s. Going back to their first one in '85, they expect a winning team every year. It just doesn't happen. There they are.
Great memories in this building. Fireworks going off. And now the Yankee fans take over. Some of them driving 500 miles to see Donnie clinch his first postseason. Outside, and the bases are loaded for Paul O'Neill. Well, a turning point at bat perhaps for the Yankees and their chances today.
Great opportunity, and again, Deion James with discipline led off the game with a walk. Bernie showed great discipline there and gives O'Neill another opportunity.
O'Neill 2 for 11 in these situations on the season. With runners in scoring position, much worse than his seasonal batting average at .297. Swings first pitch, fouls it off. Career, however, with the bases loaded, darn impressive.
Yankees seem to have a bunch of hitters with those kind of numbers, bases loaded. Mike Stanley, Mattingly over his career. Bernie stretching him out in case he has to score on a double.
No, he's just staying busy. O'Neill sends a fly ball to short left field. Coming on is Joe Carter, and that's it. The Yankees leave the bases full. Now they can only hope that doesn't come back to bite them. 4-0 they lead it as we go to the bottom of the 4th.
Today, a lot of turkey breasts aren't turkey breasts at all. Made of ground-up turkey scraps and trimmings, seaweed and starch. They're actually extruded and shaped to look like real turkey breasts. They're truly miracles of modern science. Of course, you may want real turkey breast. In that case, you have to ask for it by name. The name? Boar's Head Oven Gold. Turkey, not technology.
Nobody does it like you, the way that you do. Nobody's got the power to please me.
The new Hoover Steamvac Deluxe with a 5-brush agitator. It washes and extracts dirt like a whole crew of professionals. So you know, there's really no comparison.
Nobody does it like you, Hoover, nobody. like you.
Your Ford dealers have 5 of the 10 best sellers in America. So when they have a clearance, it's a pretty big deal.
Get the best deals of the year on all 95 cars, trucks, and vans during the final days of the factory authorized clearance.
That's what I call big.
Cash back and low financing, incredibly low lease rates, 5 of the 10 best sellers, all clearance price to move. But hurry, because the final days of the 95 Ford factory authorized clearance are going on now.
See your tri-state quality Ford dealer and see for yourself.
Hey, MSG's rerunning the Yankee game. You watching this?
It's Yankees Rewind tonight on MSG. What are you going to wait for Jerry to call you?
Back at Skydome, of course, Seinfeld and the Yankees have been intertwined for some time, and well, Jerry knows that the Yankees are on Yankees Rewind if you miss it during the day. That's on tonight at 7 o'clock on MSG, a replay of today's Yankee game. Someone actually asked me yesterday, Jim, whether George Costanza was still employed by the Yankees. I said, I'm not sure, but judging the past of this team, I'm going to assume he was fired at some point.
Pretty good guess.
Well, let's see what the Blue Jays can get going here against Sterling Hitchcock, who's pitched out of a 2-on, nobody-out jam in the second, and a 2-out double by Paul Molitor in the third. Those coming after a perfect 1-2-3 first with 2 strikeouts. Olerud looks at it high and tight, 1-0. The Yankees' ideal circumstance today would be that they win, get a chance to celebrate and enjoy it, and watch Seattle lose, and for the first time in a long time, root for California to win, meaning that there would be a game tomorrow between those 2 teams, and Randy Johnson would have to pitch. And he would be available then in a 5-game series unless Lou does some magical things with that arm of his only once.
And Mark Langston would have to pitch for the Angels also. Key inning for Sterling Hitchcock. Not that they all haven't been key innings, but after a squandered opportunity, you don't like to allow the other team, you know, the Yankees bases loaded, 1 hit from kind of almost putting the game out of reach.
This has really been the MO of this team, though, lately, Jim. They haven't been getting the consistent hitting from their big RBI men, and their pitchers have just been pitching to whatever limited amount of runs they get them. A leadoff walk, never a good sign for Olerud.
That's what the Angels have done such a good job since breaking their losing streak, is that lineup with Chili Davis, JT Snow, and DeSarcina back in there have really blown some games open. The Yankees have done it just the opposite way, as you mentioned.
And as Buck told me today, I'm not so sure in this ebb and flow of things whether California's the team you don't want to play now because they're scoring all those runs. The first pitch to Ed Sprague, hitting 5th in the order for Cito Gaston today, is ball 1. Sprague with one of the 3 Toronto hits, his first time up. Second time through the order. 2-0.
That's going to merit a trip rather soon, I think, from Nardi Contreras. Hitchcock has been in such nice rhythm. Boy, you can get out of it in a hurry, and the good ones get right back in it in a hurry.
Foul back in our neighborhood here at Skydome. There's Nardi Contreras. Willie Randolph.
Yeah, Willie's been through it. He's calm. And Nardi will go through about 4 or 5 bags of those sunflower seeds.
Yeah, but this time he can't really do too much to affect it. High shot to right field. Looks like it's heading to the seats. It is.
Going back to that, the various scenarios, what the Yankees or any team really have to be careful not to get caught up in who they'd like to play and what might happen, because we talked about the 1978 Yankees who pitched Ron Guidry on Monday. That meant Jim Beattie actually started the first game of the playoffs, and I'm sure Kansas City said, wow, that's right, what we want, just what we want. What happened? Yankees beat them 7-2. So
Hitchcock had Mattingly leading the wrong way. They actually had Olerud far off the bag. Going back to Willie Randolph, Jim, and experiencing this from a coaching standpoint, during the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Rangers would at times not dress certain players, and then they'd come in the studio and watch. It drove them nuts not to be out on the ice. They said, how do you do this and watch these games? Here's a high, deep shot to left. James has room. Well, off the bat, it looked like it had home run distance. Had a big sound to it, but it doesn't carry for Ed Sprague. A long out, the first.
If you've followed sports, it seems like certain things happen, and you say, I don't know why, but they're destined to happen. And when you look at what is happening to the Yankees, you get that feeling. Listen to the sound. I mean, that sounded like a home run. And yet, down in the corner, I mean, this ball doesn't carry like some of the ones to center. Stays in the ballpark.
So now Robert Perez is up with a man at first, one away, and the Yankees up 4-0. Hard shot to short. Fernandez, chance for two. There's the flip. There's the cross. They get it done. 6-4-3. Hitchcock gets it done again with help from his infield. The Yankees preserve their 4-0 lead. 4 done in Toronto. This is MSG.
AT&T now offers you the only program with savings on all kinds of calls, no matter where you make them or who you make them to. No competitor single plan offers this broader reach. Introducing AT&T True Reach Savings. You'll save on every type of call on your AT&T phone bill to anyone, anywhere in the U.S. Sign up and save 25% every time you spend just $25 a month. True Reach. That's your true choice. AT&T.
As the official airline of the 1996 Olympic Games, Delta has created an event just for business travelers, the International Dash. With 4,900 daily flights to 300 cities, we'll fly you to the business world with a schedule that's as full as yours. And we don't do it so we can finish first. We do it so you can. Delta Airlines.
At Nobody Beats the Whiz, car stereo never sounded so good. So get behind the wheel, crank up the tunes, and love life. It's gonna be a long ride.
He grew up a kid from Brooklyn during the 30s, starred on some of the best Yankee teams ever. Fans have laughed and rooted with him in their homes for the past 40 years. First Fidelity Bank, in association with the Daily News, are proud sponsors of Scooter, the Phil Rizzuto story. A home video that takes a warm look at the newest Yankee Hall of Famer. To order your VHS copy, call 1-800-9-YANKS-9. That's 1-800-9-YANKS-9.
If by now you don't know, the middle innings are brought to you by Hoover. We give up. The #1 name in floor care. Nobody gets the dirt like Hoover. Nobody. Back at Skydome, Ruben Sierra with a 2 RBI double back in the first inning, swings at Pat Hinkins' first pitch. That's off the plate. Changes for the Toronto Blue Jays. In center field, Mike Huff, Sean Green in right, Joe Carter lifted with a sore back. There's Sean Green, the rookie in right field. Sierra, short one to the infield, coming from short, making the play as Gonzalez. 1 Yankee gone.
Another break for the Yankees, getting Carter out of the ball game with Alomar already out. Of course, Sean Green, you mentioned having a fine year. I think Marty Cordova of the Twins will probably win their Rookie of the Year.
Boy, these sore backs in Toronto's dugout are contagious.
Well, Cito started it all. He's had surgery on his back. Remember, a couple of years ago, he even had to leave the team. Couldn't manage because of his back problem. Couldn't sit.
Mattingly rips one down the line and deep and gone. A home run for Don Mattingly in the game that could send him to the first postseason of his 12-year career. He finds the stroke that so many said was gone. It is 5-0 Yankees in the 5th. There isn't a player or anyone or Yankee fan in this ballpark that doesn't understand the implication to the spirit of this team and their captain for what just took place at Skydome. Boy, that was some shot.
And again, it just seems, it's an old cliche, baseball's full of them, that some things are destined to happen. And here comes, as you mentioned, Mattingly in a game that he's waited so long to get an opportunity to play, and turns and rips one right down the line.
I don't think I could be happier for any player in any game, in any circumstance, than for him right now.
You know, the mental approach to a game, and as we get another look at Donnie using that leg kick, you see him pick up the leg like Sierra and O'Neill do, and rips it right off the fair screen. No one happier than that man.
You see, he did it with an edge.
Yeah.
It was as if to say, take that, everybody who said what you said. And did you see that, Jim? Who does he sit between? Two of the young guys, the ones for the future. Jorge Posada. Now Deion James sits in to separate him and Jorge, and Andy Pettitte, too.
And with some of the troubles that Bob Wickman has experienced, if you're in that Yankee clubhouse, you'll see him in conversation with Wickman.
Mike Stanley, hot shot at third. Knocked down by Sprague. Not in time. Maybe that's one of those weird little knocks that gets Mike Stanley's bat going. Who knows? Well, the Yankees have a man at first with one out and a run in.
Yeah, if this is scored a hit, it's a playable ball for Ed Sprague. It comes up, hits him in the heel of the glove, and then the throw pulls Olerud a little off the bag. So it's a play that I think Sprague would say he should have made. Stanley credited with a hit.
Mike Stanley, 4 for his last 34. That's a 118 batting average coming in. Randy Velarde.
Now, going back to that, the mental part of the game and the emotion and the preparation leading up to today. I mean, when you see Mattingly turn on a ball like that, you know the juices are flowing just a little bit faster. The adrenaline is there. And I think back to 1967. Carl Yastrzemski won the Triple Crown. Red Sox won the pennant. And he said, you know, as a lot of players do, the biggest challenge is every day mentally being as sharp as you can. And he said that year with the pennant race, I was there. And everybody in that dugout today is there. You'd like to have that kind of concentration every day.
Velarde sends one high to the seats.
You know, over a full season, it's not always easy to do. Every day, some days you come to the ballpark, you're a little flat. No one flat in that dugout today.
And the manager of this team, whose contract runs out in a matter of days, the general manager of this team, that's receiving much support.
Now, wait a minute. All these other teams that aren't in first place, I thought their guys were getting like extensions and...
Yeah, that's true.
But that hasn't happened here yet.
Not here.
Must be a big prize at the end of the rainbow that they're waiting for.
The ball gets away again, and the runner, Mike Stanley, advances to second. Well, they've been watching baseball like this for much of the season here at Skydome, but it doesn't get any easier to watch. George taking it all in.
A little more relaxed. He's doubling up on the ice cream. A little more relaxed than Friday night going into the 9th inning. Pat Kelly put him in a more relaxed mood.
Hard shot to right. Sean Green, a fabulous running catch as the ball dipped down on him. Stanley's got to get back to second base. Well, the defensive switch in right pays off for Toronto on that play.
Yeah, the Yankees get Joe Carter's bat out of the lineup, but I don't know that Robert Perez gets over and catches that ball like Sean Green does. And Stanley, going halfway, reads the ball, has to retreat to second.
That'll bring up Tony Fernandez. You know, the thing about Buck and Stick, Jim, is that their record speaks for itself. Buck, second place. We're a team that wasn't expected to challenge. Best team in baseball, beaten by the strike. And here, in the midst of things that went wrong that no one could predict, on the verge of getting into the postseason. Stick Michael, with the owner suspended for 2 years, built the team that did those things. And yet they're left, for the most part, to dangle in the wind.
Yeah,
it's embarrassing for them.
As Buck said, and with managers, and you're in Buck Showalter's shoes, no matter what happens, you're going to get an opportunity somewhere, and a good one.
Fernandez with a slow, strange-looking swing is struck out by Pat Hinkin, who strands Stanley at second. However, the swing of the day provided by the 10th captain in the history of the franchise, Don Mattingly. Yes, he will have more to play and say in the Bronx. 5-0.
Quick, grab a pencil. Now write down 5 numbers between 1 and 80. Ready? All right. Now, if some of your numbers match these numbers, you're a winner. How you doing? This has been a free sample of Quick Draw, the new game from the New York Lottery. Had it been the real thing, a lot of you would be laughing, cheering, and maybe even a couple of bucks richer. Quick Draw. A game this great only comes along once every 5 minutes.
These days, trying to get on top of your financial situation is getting tougher and tougher. What you need is someone with experience and know-how. MetLife can help you get a grip on things and help you make sense of it all. Get Met. It pays.
While a brother may be hard to propel, the Hoover Power Drive is self-propelled, making cleaning so easy, even a brother could do it.
Hoover, nobody does it like you.
New York Yankees baseball has been brought to you in part by your Tri-State quality Ford dealers. See your Ford dealer and see for yourself. Outside at Sky Dome, one of the unique elements in tribute to the fans who will and have inhabited this building. The Yankees leading the Toronto Blue Jays 5-0. 2 runs in the first inning, courtesy of Ruben Sierra. 2 runs in the second inning, courtesy of the Blue Jays. And Don Mattingly's home run in the 5th. It's the bottom half of the 5th inning. And leading things off for Toronto, hitters 7, 8, and 9 in their order, Alex Gonzalez. Gonzalez has shown us a little power in this 3-game set, and he's also shown an ability to misplay a big ground ball. And Hitchcock starts out beautifully against him, 0-2. Nobody beats the Wiz allows us to check the scoreboard. The Mets are finishing up a fabulous second half. Scoreless with Atlanta in the 7th. Cincinnati leading big over Montreal. He got him. Gonzalez chasing a pitch down in the dirt. The 5th strikeout for Sterling Hitchcock.
Breaking ball that time. And got Gonzalez now in both at bats on strikes.
One out in the Blue Jays half of the 5th. Pittsburgh leads St. Louis. Houston, Chicago scoreless. Well, the Cubs lost one too many to make today a big day for them. Randy Knorr for Toronto in the batter's box. San Francisco with Colorado a little bit later. Colorado in exactly the same place as the Yankees in their wild card race. At times in this season, Sterling Hitchcock was pitching to prevent demotion, pitching to prevent his loss in the starting rotation. I have to think that if you compare the pressure of maybe losing your job to this isn't so bad.
No.
A high shot above Paul O'Neill. Battling this bright sun in Ontario, 2 outs. And one last score, San Francisco trying to make the day even more interesting in the National League wild card race.
Brett Saberhagen has just not pitched the way Colorado hoped he would, partially due to some arm injuries, and he's got the ball in that big assignment today.
And how about the Astros going through those excruciating 3 extra inning losses to have a chance still on this last day? O'Neill on the edge of the track. He pulls it down. A 1-2-3 fifth for Sterling Hitchcock. And the Yankees lead it 5-0 through 5 complete.
Lenora Cushing could have sat in traffic for an hour. Bill Bach could have run across town for nothing.
Save me a trip.
Margie Sullivan could have missed closing a very big sale. Pat Cannell, who knows what he just missed. With a 9X payphone, you don't have to be out of touch just because you're on the move. For saving time and money, for checking messages, for getting things done. With a 9X payphone, it's an easy call.
I can't stand it. I'm seeing it everywhere. Oh, it's not here, Harry. My Sony DSS. The picture was awesome. The sound, better than anything I've ever heard. It was just like being there. I wish we had my Sony digital satellite system here right now. Just living. We have NFL football, NBA basketball, and everything we ever want.
The Sony digital satellite system at Nobody Beats the Wiz.
Wish I had $1 million. Hey, can I wish for 1,000,000 wishes? I wish Sidney Crawford was here.
She was everything a man could ever want, but I just had to let her go.
She said, darling, we can work it out. I said, honey, I don't think so.
See, the two of us are not the same. We're as different as night and day.
Now there's pepperoni in the crust.
I gotta eat mine the wrong way.
Crust first.
There's a new stuffed crust pizza from Pizza Hut with not just cheese, but pepperoni baked right into the crust.
I'm a little lonely. Small price to pay for pepperoni.
Welcome back to Sky Dome. Sterling Hitchcock, 5 shutout innings. Yankees have 5 runs, the 5th on a home run by that man.
Jim, I'm going to say that this is the defining moment in a career that has not seen a trip to the postseason. On a day where the Yankees control their own destiny, Mattingly contributes a home run to the delight of his manager and one-time minor league player. And then you go back to Cal Ripken Jr. in the defining moment of his career, the night he breaks Lou Gehrig's streak of 2,130 games in a row. He hits a home run, too, with the president in the broadcast booth. That's a nice thing for both of them to have risen to the occasion as they have so often in their careers.
An emotional night in Baltimore and an emotional day here in Toronto as the Yankees are 4 innings away from accomplishing what they've been looking for since the end of April. Blue Jays going to change pitchers. Rookie Tim Crabtree.
Not bad. 30 innings pitched, only 29 hits. But the Toronto Blue Jays bullpen overall is something that needs big-time strengthening.
And again, if you joined us late, and I'm sure you avid Yankee fans are well aware of it, but for those of you just catching up, the Yankees win, they're in. And there's a couple of more possibilities. Crabtree's first pitch to Kelly, low for a ball.
Pat Henkin piled up the pitches. He threw only 116 in only 5 innings.
In on the hands, and Crabtree backhands it, tossed to Olerud in time, 1 down. Other possibilities, of course, the Mariners are just underway in Texas. If they win, it'll be the Yankees and the Mariners in the division playoffs if both teams win.
It's been a long time since this team could play a game, win, and not rush to the scoreboard or the television set. And it meant a lot of long nights. It meant staying up for those West Coast games.
In for a strike. And again, all the wild card bashers, whatever you want to do, when it gets to postseason play, no matter who is there, you're going to have the 4 best teams in the American League. Seattle has come on nicely. California with a great year. Cleveland looking for their 100th win. Boston put things away early, so there are going to be no flukes in the postseason. And the Yankees with a great September. Blocked by Knorr, 1-2 to James.
I think one of the reasons that and I'm not talking of the purists here because they were going to reject it out of hand. I think one of the reasons a lot of people reacted negatively to the wild card was that it seemed as though just another step by the people who run the game in ruining the game. And yet,
got him. One down.
While the wild card premise is good, even those who like it recognize the fact that as currently constituted, it has to change. The team that wins 100 games in a 144-game season doesn't get home field?
Yeah, they should. Let me correct myself. There are 2 down as Bernie steps in. Yeah, they should, in a 5-game series, maybe get 4 home games.
I mean, maybe the wild card gets none.
Right. Quieted down here at Skydome after the Yankees put up 4 in the first 2 innings and added 1 on Mattingly's home run. And now as the crowd empties out a little bit, the anticipation will begin when Hitchcock takes the mound in inning number 6. The Yankees can begin to see the finish line in first strike.
1 ball and 1 strike to Bernie Williams with Paul O'Neill on deck.
Bernie's double in the first inning after Deion James' walk set up the first 2 Yankees scores. Sierra drove them home with a double. In on the hands and looped out into center field for a base hit.
Well, that's his 4th trip to the plate, and he's been on base 3 times. A double back in the first, got on a walk in the 4th, and that's just another well-hit ball by Bernie Williams. See the rhythm? He rocks back and then lunges forward. It's the same type of thing that Jack Nicklaus always said about a great golf swing. You coil, you uncoil.
And that's what this man would like to do. He has been to the plate 3 times. Pop up 2 flyouts. He wants to uncoil. Through the high fastball, strike 1. Paul O'Neill with a big 3-run homer in yesterday's game in the first inning. That made things a little easier for Scott Kamenicki. As Bernie takes his lead, O'Neill now with 22 home runs and 96 RBIs. Strike 2.
Now, Jim, I look up at those pennants in center field, the championship and pennant banners won by this franchise, and it strikes me that that's exactly what should be at Yankee Stadium. There should be 22 of those babies up there.
Yeah.
So that the players understood even more about the history of this team.
Chop toward third. Sprague on a high hop for Olerud, and the Yankees are finished here in the 6th. Up again to Sterling Hitchcock to try to finish the job. He has shut the Jays out for 5. We've played 5.5, and the Yankees lead it 5-0.
Today, a lot of turkey breasts aren't turkey breasts at all. Made of ground-up turkey scraps and trimmings, seaweed and starch, they're actually extruded and shaped to look like real turkey breasts. They're truly miracles of modern science. Of course, you may want real turkey breast. In that case, you have to ask for it by name. The name? Boar's Head Oven Gold. Turkey, not technology.
All week on the Discovery Channel. Legless, carnivorous, aquatic, and vicious. To some, creepy. To others, cool. Do you hate snakes, gators, lizards, real big lizards? Watch out every weeknight, all week. Don't look away if you're smart. Dinosaur Descendants on Wild Discovery every weeknight at 8 Eastern and Pacific on the Discovery Channel. Explore your world.
All you have to do is get up and get out and do it. Of course, where there's a will, there's a way. And the will is yours because you are your own best friend. Success starts with a smile. Are you smiling? You're not only smart, you're the handsomest thing we've ever seen, and you are equipped to win.
NYNEX. More information, more solutions, more stuff.
Okay, the shot's set, everyone's smiling, and then
No flash. Next time, use Energizer batteries at Nobody Beats the Wiz. They just keep on going.
Welcome back to Sky Dome. We move to the bottom of the 6th inning. Sterling Hitchcock has pitched 5 shutout innings. In a little trouble in the 2nd when the Blue Jays had 1st and 3rd, nobody out. And thanks to some good glove work by Randy Velarde and Hitchcock's pitching, he worked out of that.
He really hasn't tightened up at all. He has responded to the occasion beautifully. I wonder if you can take me back in your career and pick out a player who had great ability and talent but crumbled under pressure.
This pitch hit out into right center field. Michael Huff is going to have maybe a leadoff triple. He thinks about it and holds up. And Huff with a leadoff double here in the Blue Jays 6th.
Hard shot. Not a good way for Sterling Hitchcock and the Yankees to begin this 6th inning. For a moment, I thought Bernie or Paul would be able to cut it off, but it picked up tremendous speed on the artificial turf.
And Molitor will step in. And going back to your point, Al, I don't know crumbled, but there are, certain players who did so well during the whole season to get you to postseason play, and then Bob Forsch comes to mind and say pitched a great game in the playoffs, then against the Brewers in the World Series just didn't have success. But fortunately, pitchers like Dave LaPointe and Joaquin Andujar picked up and pitched well instead. That's outside for a ball. And of course, I think it took Tony Perez a while before he got some key postseason hits. He went through that long dry spell. There always seems to be one who's had a great career, and it gets down to postseason. They get in a little 3-4 game slide.
How about the visible signs of how people deal with it? You mentioned Mattingly, a lot more busy today, walking all over the place. The high fives are a little bit more frequent, have a little bit more muscle behind them. What's the weirdest thing that you ever saw somebody do which showed the pressure that they were under?
I got to think about that.
I mean, I saw Mike Stanley's jaw muscles literally flexing from how tight he was. Pat Kelly out there laughing, though. Maybe that's how he dealt with it.
Inside corner, good pitch by Hitchcock. I don't think there are a lot of visible signs because, the old, sometimes you laugh to keep from crying when things are sad, and you'll just see players with that nervous energy, and they all handle it in different ways. Gerald Williams has gone in. Customary move by Buck Showalter. That is fouled at the plate. As Hitchcock stays ahead in the count to Molitor. Wow, that's a big blow down in Texas. That's Mickey Tettleton with a 3-run homer. Of course, we showed you the graphic earlier. Don Mattingly and Mickey Tettleton, the players who have played the longest without getting to postseason play. Tettleton can't get there this year, but he's spoiling things for the Mariners.
Remember, even if the Yankees lose today, if Seattle or California loses, the Yankees are still in. Ball gets by and the runner gets ahead. If I had my druthers, Professor Irwin Corey would go through the whole thing. So rare to see Mike Stanley allow a ball get past him like that.
Took that reverse spin right through the wicket, and that count now 2-2 to Molitor as Huff advances to third. Still nobody out here in the Blue Jays 6th. And another good block. Now again, Hitchcock, who lost a little control to start the 4th inning, walked Olerud, then got back on track. Stanley blocks this one and finished the inning with a double play. Ground out off the bat of Robert Perez. Had a nice 1-2-3 fifth. And now is a little out of sync again here in the 6th. And I would think that would cause Buck Showalter to begin to think about who he wants to get up in the bullpen. Low, and Molitor walks. 1st and 3rd for the Blue Jays with nobody out here in the 6th.
The call goes out to the Yankee bullpen. Got to make all your moves today. 5-0 lead. You don't want to even get it close to getting out of hand. Tony Cloninger up and stirring. Let's see who joins him to warm up.
Well, the guys in the middle have been Wickman and Honeycutt, and it looks like Bob Wickman is going for his glove. And if you're Buck Showalter, you have to manage 2 games. You don't have to look ahead to Tuesday's game, but you have to manage 2 games because you're going to play tomorrow if you lose today. So there's no need to bring John Wetland in and, blow him out for 2 2/3 innings or something like that. Bullpen obviously is well rested, but you hate to back guys up consecutive days by working them a couple of innings. You see Wetland and Honeycutt working on the gum. And a pretty good chance they'll be up in the next. Honeycutt would be up in the next inning or 2, and maybe Wetland in the 8th.
Well, in hindsight, that $58,000 for Rick Honeycutt was money the Yankees didn't need to spend. And as Gene Michael may have thought as the week went on, would have been better off leaving him in Oakland to deal with the Angels.
You never know. He might come in here with Sean Green, Olerud, and he might come in and get a big strikeout. Green in the box now for his first at bat, and he waves at the Hitchcock breaking ball, strike 1. Good curveball. Joined us late. Joe Carter lifted from the lineup, sore back. Green did not start. He replaced Carter last inning. This is his first at bat. On the corner, 0-2. Hitchcock has shown that today. Just about the time it looks like things might be getting out of whack, he comes up with some big outs. Fouled at the plate, 0-2.
Now, Jimmy, some people evidently back in New York have had a real big problem with the fact that Sterling Hitchcock is pitching this game today for the New York Yankees, and obviously you can see he's had at least a reasonable amount of success already today. Would you have started him, or?
Buck, I mean, it's easy to say now, but Buck talked about that. I remember he posed the question about 3 weeks ago. That's how far he was looking ahead. He said, you get to that last weekend, what would you do? You got a 1-game lead and you have Cone ready to pitch. Would you hold him back for Monday? Got him.
Oh, what a big strikeout. Gets him looking.
Just a few more marks that Buck wants to make in that book. Perfect pitch by Hitchcock. Shave the edge of that outside corner. Another left-hand batter now steps in, John Olerud. I said absolutely. You want to get to the postseason. By the same token, you have to look a little bit at the big picture. And if you have a game in hand, that's outside for a ball. Cone had to come back on 3 days rest in his last start. Pitched well. He's had the little blisters on his fingers. David could have come back in a no-win, no-lose situation if the Yankees couldn't afford to lose. This is the luxury you have with a 1-game lead.
Well, this John Olerud, 1-1 here, had that run at 400 a couple of years ago, and the Blue Jays rewarded him with a contract that they didn't have to necessarily at the time. $6.4 million next year, $7 million the year after.
That's in for a strike. Don Mattingly's agent paid close attention to those. I guess those runners, Huff at third and Molitor at first. Another good breaking ball from Hitchcock. Blue Jays have the same situation inning number 2, and Hitchcock worked out of it. Good swing, fouled straight back. Got by with one there to Olerud. And it's still 1-2. Sprague waits on deck.
When you make your way into the press level and the suites level here at the Sky Dome, it is ringed with photographs, memories of what's gone on here in the stadium. And one of them right outside the door here is Dave Winfield, part of the Jays when they won, and he's not going to the postseason this year with Cleveland.
Looped out into short right, and Olerud has his second hit. The Blue Jays are on the scoreboard. 5-1.
Well, John Olerud's trying to finish this season with a flourish. Buck Showalter's got a decision to make. Things were going well in this count in this at-bat for Sterling Hitchcock, but this time Olerud, who saw this pitch last pitch, stayed with it.
Yeah, good plate coverage, and Buck did not hesitate. This would be the biggest at-bat of the game for Hitchcock. Sprague with home run power, and it's an indication of the importance of this game. There's one out in the 6th inning, and Wickman usually comes on. Now, I saw his arm go. Yeah, the arm did go up. I thought for a moment it was just a conversation, but the arm did go up. And Sterling Hitchcock with 5 1/3 effective innings leaves with a couple of Blue Jays aboard. Nice round of applause from the Yankee fans, and Bob Wickman will come on to try to get some key outs. Good job by Hitchcock backing up his previous 2 starts with a nice effort today. Back at the Sky Dome after this.
As the official airline of the 1996 Olympic Games, Delta has created an event just for business travelers, the International Dash. With 4,900 daily flights to 300 cities, we'll fly you to the business world with a schedule that's as full as yours. And we don't do it so we can finish first. We do it so you can. Delta Airlines.
There's a new gasoline
What's new about it?
with the power to drive down maintenance costs.
Really? Are you serious?
Yes, we are. New Exxon 93 Supreme keeps your engine cleaner,
Clean is good.
so it can help drive down maintenance costs.
Could gas do that?
New Exxon 93 Supreme can, with the power to drive down maintenance costs
Gas that can save you money.
for more reliable performance.
Okay, I'll try it.
People stopping by to rely on the Tiger.
Person needs to send resume to New York. Wants to make a big impression. Goes to post office. Finds out priority mail is a smart solution. Resume gets noticed. Person gets job. Now, you can only get a can. Team needs new jerseys. Person has to deliver them overnight. Goes to post office. Finds express mail is a smart solution. Guarantees delivery. Jerseys arrive on time. Person avoids getting sacked.
Welcome back to Sky Dome. Yankees lead at 5-1. Sterling Hitchcock's afternoon is completed. 5 shutout innings, and congratulations from his teammates. And he is not happy. I think that is because of the last pitch to Olerud. He had Olerud in a 2-strike situation and might have left the curveball up just a little bit. He wanted to finish this off.
84 pitches, 54 for strikes, 5 1/3, 5 hits, 6 strikeouts, no runs yet. But 2 out there for Bob Wickman to deal with, who has the opportunity to put back-to-back positive experiences together.
Finished off a game in Milwaukee on this road trip. He'll face Ed Sprague. Toward third, Velarde to Kelly. To Mattingly, yes, he kept his foot on the bag, and just like that, Bob Wickman, a sigh of relief.
What an easy
game. You may have some fun on the postgame show today if this lead holds up. Big out and a big double play to preserve the lead. 6 in the books. Yankees have 3 to go to get to the postseason. They lead it 5-1.
The Garden Posse is back, and there's a new sheriff in town. The Knicks return to battle the Bullets in preseason action, October 12th, right here on MSG.
Now, even if you don't drive a Volvo, you could still be saved by one.
National Business Employment Weekly, the only publication that updates you weekly on top jobs available regionally and nationwide. All kinds of jobs, professional, managerial, technical, and you'll learn how to land one of those jobs. Get 8 job-packed issues for just $35. Also get absolutely free the Job Search Guide. Call 800-892-9000. That's 800-892-9000. The National Business Employment Weekly. If you're not looking here, you're hardly looking.
You can see the children all around you. Running, jumping, playing. But can you see how many of them are suffering? About 1 million children are facing hunger right now in this area. That's a lot of children who don't get a lot to eat. Please, help fight hunger. Support your local Second Harvest Food Bank at your supermarket today.
Well, we're back in Toronto with the Yankees in front of the Blue Jays 5-1 as we go to the top of the 7th inning. Dave Cohen along with Jim Cott. The Yankees, Jim, have won 33 pennants, 22 World Championships, about 5 divisional titles. And if they get the next 9 outs, they'll have their first wild card and the first anybody has had.
But the first for Don Mattingly is the focus for all Yankee fans here and the players. Things just seem to work out in situations like this for players of his caliber.
And here he is, Ruben Sierra taking the pitch low. Don Mattingly, the home run his last time up. The Yankees lead it 5-1. What a job by Bob Wickman. He comes in, 1 pitch, the around the horn double play. Sierra drove in the first 2.
That's been the story of September and now October. We are into the 1st of October. Wickman closed out the game in Milwaukee, and Ed Sprague now 0 for 10 against Bob in his career. That's the Wickman Buck Showalter saw most of last year. Sinking fastball, double play ball.
Crabtree's pitch is a swinging strike against Ruben Sierra.
And the other good thing, I mean, anytime you get 2 outs with 1 pitch, it's a good thing. But now that Wickman, that's like not pitching. You go to the 7th inning, and Buck can stretch him out for an inning and a fraction and play it an out at a time before he gets Wetland ready.
Ruben stays alive with that swing. Since joining the Yankees, he has been in 57 games and has produced 46 RBIs. Big numbers. Yankees 5, Toronto 1.
Again, if you joined us late, the Yankees, just trying to put that W in the left-hand column. That's all they have to do, and they're in. But they will wait to see what happens in Texas and on the West Coast. Rangers lead the Mariners 3-1 2nd inning. And the Angels will get started in about 25 minutes. And just to fill you in on what could happen if the Angels win and the Mariners lose, they would be tied for the division title. And with the Yankees winning, they're automatically in the wild card.
Nice stop by Perez. His throw is in time to get Sierra. Best play of the game by Blue Jay Tomas Perez.
Very Roberto Alomar-like. But in that case, with those 2 teams tie, California has the better head-to-head record. And they would become the champions of the West Division. Seattle would be out.
Boy, that would be a real quick reversal of fortunes after Seattle has played so well. California would be in by virtue of having the better season record.
And then the Yankee fans would see Don Mattingly hit against Mark Langston on Tuesday evening in the first game of the division playoffs.
And here is Don Mattingly against Tim Crabtree. That's hit hard to first. Olerud gets it on his hip. Crabtree covers 1 pitch, and Mattingly is retired. So there are 2 away now in the Yankees 7th inning in a 5-1 game, as the Yankees look for their 12th consecutive win against the Blue Jays. Mike Stanley in now to face Crabtree for the first time. It's the slider in the center field, Michael Huff, coming in. The Yankees are going down in order in their half of the 7th inning. So Bob Wickman, who threw one pitch to get out of the 6th, trots out to the mound. He's beating most of the Blue Jays off the field. The Yankees lead it 5-1 here at Skydome.
Dad, wake up,
What?
Dad. Get up, Dad.
What is it, Jack?
It's Saturday. You said you would take me to McDonald's for breakfast Saturday.
Yeah,
and you
I
said
know.
I could have an Egg McMuffin and a big juice. You said you and Mom would have pancakes and sausage and coffee. And you said you wouldn't go to work today. You said.
I know, but it's 3:30 in the morning.
Oh,
We got plenty of time, okay?
okay. I'll be back in exactly 10 minutes.
Think about Wall Street for a second.
Think about the information going through here every day.
The voice traffic.
No, forget voice. Think about the data.
Think about the money.
All going through those 9X lines.
All the brokers.
All the banks.
All the transactions.
It's got to be the online capital of the world.
And that's just Wall Street.
You got the rest of the city.
The rest of the state.
Most of New England.
Not to mention this company.
The 9X network is one of the biggest, most advanced anywhere.
And we're on it.
Now that's the network.
That's a network's network.
How does Minolta stay on top?
Do you think that I'd zoom to Bora Bora without my new Explorer?
I can keep my little girl at any age with Minolta's Freedom Family Zoom.
I ain't know about being #1, and the max I'm through in the SI keeps Minolta on top.
This Minolta Compact can't zoom to 140 millimeters? I lied.
Only from the mind of Minolta.
And listen up, Yankee fans. Club Minolta is on the way.
From New York, it's late evening tonight. Now, the woman who loved talk shows so much, she went out and bought her own Mrs. Hazelwood.
New York Lotto. Hey, you never know.
Back with you at Skydome. It's the bottom of the 7th inning, and the Yankees are leading Toronto 5-1. The Yankees jumped out to the quick start, 2 in the first, 2 in the second, and just to expound on what we told you before the last half inning ended, if California and Seattle end up, hypothetically, at 78 and 66, and the Yankees win today, there would be a tie between California and Seattle. However, there would be no playoff game needed. They would simply go to the season series between California and Seattle, and California, having won 7 of the 12 games, would be declared the Western Division winner, and they would go on to meet the Yankees beginning Tuesday in New York. So only the head-to-head record is necessary to solve a tie between the Angels and the Mariners. Carlos Delgado is the pinch hitter here as the Blue Jays come to bat in the bottom of the 7th inning. Delgado will be facing Bob Wickman. Wickman in relief of Yankee starter Sterling Hitchcock. Hitchcock departing after working 5+ innings. The Yankee starters over the last 11 games have been averaging almost 8 innings per start with an ERA well under 3.
Which again is a big plus for Buck Showalter. The starters, with that brilliant pitching in September, have allowed the bullpen to rest up. And now when you go into these short series where you may be called on 2-3 days in a row, they're fresh enough to do it.
Pat Kelly gets the hop at second base, and the easy toss to Don Mattingly. And now the Yankees are 8 outs away. You know things are going right when I made a mistake on my scorecard last inning. I wrote 4-3 in the first box in the 7th inning for the Blue Jays, and that turns out to be exactly what Delgado did.
Kind of things that have happened to the Yankees in September and now in this first day of October.
Alex Gonzalez has been up twice, struck out. Once looking, once swinging against Hitchcock.
As Don Mattingly said, you know, the object is just to get there. I don't care what you think of the wild card or how we get there, just get there. But what's been impressive about the Yankees' march to getting there is the caliber of baseball they played during the month of September. And you look at the National League race, and Houston's gone through some tough times, 3 straight extra inning losses. Colorado has scuffled, so I don't think any team
in baseball has played the caliber of ball New York has in September.
A high hop, and Kelly with a charge and a flip. Another 4-3. Wow, Bob Wickman has come on. He got the around the horn double play and a couple of ground outs to second. I guess the old sinker's working.
Beautiful day here in Toronto with that dome open. That's been a good omen for the Yankees.
Randy Noor hitless his last 21 times up. As we pulled away from that shot of the Sky Dome, Bob Wickman was on the mound, and there was a much larger than life image of him on that big scoreboard in center field. Right now, Bob Wickman pitching very, very well, and he gets yet another ground ball, and Tony Fernandez flips it to Mattingly. And the Yankees set the Blue Jays down in order. Bob Wickman has it working. 7 complete now in Toronto. The Yankees leading the Blue Jays 5-1.
There's a new gasoline
What's new about it?
with the power to drive down maintenance costs.
Really? Are you serious?
Yes, we are. New Exxon 93 Supreme keeps your engine cleaner,
Clean is good.
so it can help drive down maintenance costs.
Did gas do that?
New Exxon 93 Supreme can, with the power to drive down maintenance costs
Gas that can save you money.
for more reliable performance.
Okay, I'll try it.
People stopping by to rely on the Tiger.
Phil, you know, this is great. Sitting here with you, watching the Jet game.
Rumor, it'd be a lot better if we're watching the Giant game.
Jets.
Giants!
Giants!
Check here this week at Nobody Beats the Wiz Circular for great buys on a huge selection of top brand TVs from 2 inches to 70 inches.
This is a beautiful thing. We can watch the Jets game and a little bitty Giant game.
Rumor, it'd be a lot better if we watched the Giants and just a little bit of the Jets.
Jets! No, Giants! Jets!
Do you know how many regional calls we make? Hey, we're building a business here. Hundreds a month.
Thousands a year.
We're building a building business here.
9X is giving us a break.
A big break.
They call it Business Link.
We call it a business builder.
It's a savings plan.
An incentive plan. A building business builder.
It's like a volume discount.
Just like our other suppliers give us.
Exactly.
But no long-term commitment.
Signing up's a breeze. All we did was say yes.
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 With Business Link, we're building our building business, building by building.
Dear car owners, a local mechanic could take days to get the muffler that's made for your car or truck, but Midas has mufflers that fit thousands of foreign and domestic cars and trucks. And we can usually do the job in less than an hour. That's the Midas way, the way it should be.
New York Yankees baseball is being brought to you by your Tri-State GMC truck dealers. The strength of experience. Well, the sights outside the Sky Dome here in Toronto, where the Yankees have played terrific baseball under beautiful skies with the conditions being ideal.
Kind of, when I looked at that shot, it had to remind some old-time Yankees of postseason success in their days in Kansas City. That looked like the Kansas City waterfall, where the Yankees had a lot of success in the playoffs, something Don Mattingly looking forward to getting to. Paul O'Neill has been there with those 1990 world champion Reds. Giovanni Carrera, Italian Venezuelan.
Wow.
Comes on. See his numbers. Taking over the pitching in the 8th. Yankees, of course, have appeared to be in command of this game from the start, but you can bet Buck Showalter would still like to manufacture another run or two.
Randy Velarde with a swing and a foul ball. Speaking of Kansas City, he was back in '76 when the Yankees downed the Kansas City Royals to reach the World Series, and they beat them again in '77. Reached the World Series again. The only time the Yankees have lost a postseason series was to Kansas City in 1980. That's excluding the World Series. You know, we see Buck making his notations in his book every game, whether it was spring training or regular season, thinking ahead that if the Yankees get into the postseason, they could end up playing maybe the Atlanta Braves in the World Series or the Colorado Rockies, and they will have actually played in those ballparks during this spring training season. Velarde cracks one to left field. It's carrying well, and it is carrying into the second deck. Randy Velarde with a home run to greet Giovanni Carrera. Arrivederci. Yankees take a 6-1 lead. Wow, that one was way up in the second deck.
Not the reception Pat Kelly got with the 9th inning job. There's some controlled emotion in that dugout right now. They are waiting for 6 big outs to let it all loose.
When does it officially become a blowout? 6-1 now.
If you ask Buck Showalter, he would probably say, oh, 12-1. Velarde gets that pitch on the inside half and turns on it. The Yankees have done this as much as any team in baseball, scored 4 or more runs, right along with the Red Sox and the Indians. They've now done it 104 times. And you figure most of the time you get that many runs with good pitching, you're going to win. But to say it's a blowout, no. Buck would say, I want a couple of more before you say that.
3-2 now to Tony Fernandez. This is the 72nd and final game of the year at home for Toronto. 30 times they've played with the roof open. As Fernandez fouls it off his foot, there have been a total of 91 home runs hit with the roof open, and the opposition has hit 51. Toronto only 40 home runs.
And speaking of home runs, there's a pair of home run hitters, and there again is a tribute to the Yankees' balance in their lineup. Kansas City, Milwaukee down near the bottom, and then the Yankees right above them in 12th spot in home runs, and yet they've produced consistent runs right there with Boston and Cleveland. Tony Fernandez fouled that right off the instep. Gene Monahan applying some of that ethyl chloride. And while he does, Dave, I think, this being our first year being able to bring Yankee baseball to the fans on Madison Square Garden, it's been a privilege to do that and be able to work with our fine crew, who we'd like to acknowledge since this will be our last coverage. Marty Brooks, executive vice president in charge of production, Mike McCarthy, our executive producer, and the guys in the truck that make it all happen. You don't get to see them, but they provide the pictures. Producer Leon Schweier and director Bill Webb.
Fernandez bounces one up the middle, but it's gloved by Gonzalez. He'll make the play in time. And joining them, some other excellent support people: Eddie Caginelli, Mike Santini,
our associate producers. And no one gives you more information and preparation with video backup than Mike and Eddie do to do a baseball game.
Pat Kelly hits it hard, short hop nicely by Perez, and Kelly is thrown out.
Also, Dave, not just our MSG staff, but when you go to Yankee Stadium, we get an awful lot of help from Arthur Richmond and Rob Butcher, Marty Naughton in the media relations department, and all of the staff personnel there, whether it's the press box or down near the field. They make it very comfortable for us to come to Yankee Stadium and do our job. So we're appreciative of the help and cooperation from all of those.
I second that heartily. Gerald Williams for his first at bat against Carrera. Here is the Yankees back in the 8th inning, leading now 6-1. Rob Butcher, as a matter of fact, back in New York, working to get all the postseason media guides and accommodations set.
You cannot imagine what a nightmare this last weekend is for the media relations people, with all the different possible scenarios, and who might travel where, preparing press notes. And that's what Rob Butcher is doing. Marty Naughton right here in Toronto with us, along with Arthur Richmond.
Hanging pitch hit in the air, foul. Sprague is going to give it a look. no chance.
Wow, National League, just to keep you updated on all of the wild card races in the National League, the Giants pounding Brett Saberhagen. They lead the Rockies now 7-2.
Carrera's 1-2 to Gerald is hit up the middle. Another chance. And Gonzalez throws him out. So the Yankees picked up a run on Randy Velarde's home run here to lead off the 8th inning. They now have extended their lead to 6-1 with the Blue Jays coming up in the 8th.
Across the seas, Beck's delivers the grand tradition and taste of the German art of brewing. Beck's, the #1 imported German beer.
All week on the Discovery Channel, legless, carnivorous, aquatic, and vicious. To some, creepy. To others, cool. Wild. Do you hate snakes, gators, lizards, real big lizards? Watch out every weeknight, all week. Don't look away if you're smart. Dinosaur Descendants on Wild Discovery every weeknight at 8 Eastern and Pacific on the Discovery Channel. Explore your world.
When I'm in my Jimmy, nothing gets in my way. Of course, I've got Jimmy's available 4-wheel drive anti-lock brakes and premium smooth suspension. Yeah, when I'm in my Jimmy, I'm in complete control. Daddy! It's when I get out that I begin to panic.
Right now, get into an all-new Jimmy for just $299 a month for 24 months with just $24.50 down. See your Tri-State GMC truck dealer today.
Hey, MSG's rerunning the Yankee game. You watching this?
It's Yankees Rewind tonight on MSG. What are you going to wait for Jerry to call you?
New York Yankees baseball is being brought to you in part by Beck's Beer, the #1 imported German beer. Bob Wickman, another ground ball. Randy Velarde makes the play across in time. Hey, don't forget, you can catch this game again on Yankees Rewind. That is coming up at 7 p.m. tonight. Don't call Jerry or George while Yankee Rewind is on.
Now the Yankees will be getting home about that time. If they go ahead and polish this off, might enjoy watching it and watching the way they celebrate themselves.
Finally, a ball in the air, and it's finding a gap. And it's over the wall on one bounce. And the Blue Jays get a double by Michael Huff. That's his second consecutive double. And the 4th of the game by Toronto.
Michael Huff playing a lot because of the injury to Devon White, having a big day. You mentioned his second 2-base hit, and that's the first ball that Toronto has been able to get off the turf against Bob Wickman. He had faced 5 hitters and recorded 6 outs, all on ground outs. Yeah, the gum chewing is accelerating a little bit in anticipation of 5 more outs.
David Cone probably won't have to work until Tuesday. Paul Molitor has one of those Toronto doubles. That's a base hit into right field. O'Neill's going to get to it quick enough to allow the Yankees to hold Huff at third base. Back-to-back hits of Bob Wickman here in the 8th inning. Roberto Alomar with a bat in hand. His average at 300. 3 bats in hand, as a matter of fact. And Mariano Rivera and Rick Honeycutt are up in the Yankee pen.
Buck still trying to avoid using Wetland until the 9th inning. And what he's seen his pitchers do, starting with Hitchcock early in the ball game, is every time the Blue Jays get in this situation, Yankee pitchers have been able to get a ground ball.
Sean Green will be the batter as Wickman and Stanley confer in front of the mound. Well, this has been a shortened season, 144 games, but with all the sideshows that the Yankees have had, it has been a very, very long year. I sat down this morning and tried to remember, as you look at Mike Timlin getting ready in the Toronto bullpen, just how many weird things have happened as Buck makes his way to the mound now. Remember that game the Yankees and Toronto played here, in which each team scored in the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings? And the folks at Elias did some research and discovered it was the first time a game had ever ended like that, with the lead changing in every half inning in the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. That was the game the Yankee won.
And you can see what Buck is doing is he got Honeycutt up and ready, and he's taking no chances. He looked at the Blue Jays bench. There's Lance Parrish, a right-hand hitter, but with not a lot of right-hand thump over there, he's going to bring Honeycutt in to face the lefties.
It's going to be his 3rd Yankee appearance as Wickman departs. And we'll be back right after this on MSG.
When I'm in my Jimmy, nothing gets in my way. Of course, I've got Jimmy's available 4-wheel drive anti-lock brakes and premium smooth suspension. Yeah, when I'm in my Jimmy, I'm in complete control.
Daddy!
It's when I get out that I begin to panic.
Right now, get into an all-new Jimmy for just $299 a month for 24 months with just $24.50 down. See your Tri-State GMC truck dealer today.
He's baseball's Iron Man, shattering a record once thought to be unbreakable. Now, the leading manufacturer of 23-karat gold sculptured trading cards is proud to honor Cal Ripken Jr. The pride of Baltimore is captured in beautiful detail, with his sculptured image encased in a clear protective holder for generations to enjoy. His career accomplishments are reflected from the 23-karat gold luster on the reverse, a standard for future greats of America's pastime. Each of these collectible cards is individually numbered, making every one a unique piece of baseball history. This card can be yours for only $29.95. Have your Visa, MasterCard, or American Express ready and call the toll-free number now. Operators are standing by to take your order. Cal Ripken, Iron Man, and Golden Collectibles.
Bob Wickman has departed. Starter Sterling Hitchcock has been on the bench since he came out in the 6th inning. And the new Yankee pitcher is now Rick Honeycutt, making his 3rd Yankee appearance. And let's consider the possibilities about who else the Yankees have to call on. The lefties in the pen, Steve Howe and Bob McDonald.
You look at
and the righties, Joe Osanio, Dave Pavlis, Melito Perez, Mariano Rivera, who you saw throwing, and John Wetland. Honeycutt with the Oakland A's until this past week when the Yankees picked him up, and he has not been sharp in his first 2 Yankee outings. Rick Honeycutt, if the Yankees go on to win this game, could be the Yankee who never appears in pinstripes. He is not eligible for the postseason.
Wetland now beginning to loosen, and you showed those possibilities in what Buck Showalter has done in this game. He's really stayed with the starters up until now, but he's making moves a couple of hitters earlier than he normally does.
Sean Green cracks one to Kelly, who makes the sliding catch.
Well, Rick Honeycutt hoping to come in. He's had a couple of ineffective outings and maybe get a ground ball, but again, the Yankee fortunes in September and October. Everything, they've earned it, but everything has gone their way. This is a rocket, but it's right at Pat Kelly, and you see Mike Huff. I mean, he just a couple of strides off third base. Another big break for the Yankees with 2 Blue Jays on.
41-year-old Rick Honeycutt hit hard by Sean Green, but Kelly right there. Now John Olerud. His season has been a disappointing one. 2 for 2 in this game and a walk. Yankees 6, Toronto 1. Honeycutt has handled him striking him out 5 times prior.
Well, that's been the problem Rick has had just in his few appearances for the Yankees. He pitched effectively for Oakland, but he hasn't been able to throw strikes and get ahead of hitters.
Willie Randolph. Artie Contreras behind him. Honeycutt did not get the call from Chuck Merriweather down at third. So the count now to Olerud is 3-0.
This is where a couple of those late runs, Mattingly's home run, as you see Olerud check his swing, and the pitch was out of the strike zone anyway. The home runs by Mattingly and Velarde increased that lead to 5 because Wetland will have to come in and face Sprague with the bases loaded.
Olerud might have thought that one was a little bit low.
Unless, of course, Rick Honeycutt can come back and get John Olerud. Now you know why Buck doesn't want to call it a blowout.
Yep. You got him to pop it up. And Joe Williams makes the catch for the final out here in the 8th inning. So the call to the pen, maybe to get Wetland ready for the 9th.
What a country.
As the Yankees lead it 6-1 after 8 in Toronto.
Performance at a touch, elegance at a glance. Fisher Studio 24. At Nobody Beats the Wiz. Trust your senses.
Here, boss.
Bob. Gentlemen. Frankie.
Hi, fellas.
Hi, Lee. Do they really think they can pass as him?
No. People know the genuine article when they see it, like the genuine Bell Atlantic Yellow Pages. It has the information and choices that make shopping easier. 9 out of 10 use it. The genuine Bell Atlantic Yellow Pages.
Hey, boys. Lost my way to Vegas.
Bell Atlantic, the heart of communication.
It's him.
Get going. Clayton Block Company has all the supplies for your spring masonry chores.
And if your plans include a retaining wall, create your design with the Allen Block Advantage. Allen Block offers beauty and durability with ease of installation. The Allen Block is functional, versatile, and affordable. No matter what the terrain or your desired look, Allen Block has the answer.
So get going. Come see the real masonry specialist at Clayton Block Company. For the nearest Clayton Block location, call 1-800-662-3044.
In the years to come, thousands of people will be protected because of a significant innovation from Volvo. The world's first side impact airbag. Now on every new Volvo. Drive safely.
Back in Toronto for the 9th inning with the Yankees in front of the Blue Jays 6-1. Yankees looking to close it out here and send that man into the postseason for the first time in his long baseball career, and he's helped out with a home run today.
Time can't go fast enough right now if you're sitting in that dugout earning the 6-1 lead, and exactly what the Yankees approach has been. Their goal, Mike Timlin's going to come on to pitch the 9th, but they wanted to, as they say, take care of business, not worry about what the other teams do, and boy, have they done that during this last 30-day stretch.
Melito Perez on the end of the bench.
Boy, when you think back about the start of the season and the expectations for Jimmy Key, seated on the bench, but obviously unable to pitch, and along comes Andy Pettitte with 12 wins, and Sterling Hitchcock in a position to win his 11th. And then you add David Cone into that mix, and that's why in September the Yankees are the team that everyone thought they would be the other 5 months of the season.
So there really were some blessings that came out of the injuries to Jimmy Key and Melito Perez. The quick maturation, I guess you could say, of Andy Pettitte and certainly Sterling Hitchcock. Those two about to combine for 23 wins from the left side of the plate. There's Jimmy Key, who's really excited about his rehab.
He got a chance to celebrate with the guys in the blue and white uniforms a couple of years ago. And he'd like to hang around a few more weeks and celebrate with the Yankees.
Ernie Williams has 2 hits today. He's also reached on a walk. All hands are on deck in the Yankee dugout as they bat here in the top of the 9th inning. 6-1 New York. Ball carrying well, but Delgado should have a play on it, and that's the first out in the 9th.
In fact, Jimmy Key, Dave, was talking about in 1985, a decade ago. He was a member of the Blue Jays, and that's when the Yankees came in here on the last weekend. They needed a sweep to tie the Blue Jays. And Doyle Alexander, Jimmy pitched the Friday night game. Yankees came back and won it, but Doyle Alexander closed out the Yankees at Old Exhibition Stadium. So there have been a lot of crucial series played in September between these two teams.
Paul O'Neill is hitting now, and his average right now is at .301. We did a little figuring. In case O'Neill does not get a hit this time up, his average would be right at .300. And that could be his final at-bat of the regular season. Chuck Merriweather says that's a strike.
Timlin got him to commit on the breaking ball.
Olerud will pick it up and go to the base by himself. So O'Neill has an 0-for-5 afternoon. His average right at .300.
A frustrating day for Paul individually, but that is not of his main concern right now. He takes his at-bats very seriously, but fortunately in inning number 1, Sierra picked him up with a 2-base hit. Mattingly and Velarde have also produced. Boggs not able to play this weekend series. Jack McDowell, they're both resting. Buck hopeful they'd be available on Tuesday. If you want to look ahead, and the Yankees still have 3 outs to get, but the playoffs would start on Tuesday, and David Cone would pitch game 1. Jack McDowell might be held out to game 3.
That would give Andy Pettitte the start in game 2 at the stadium where he's so tough.
And that would be right on his regular turn. And again, the business at hand, the Yankees still need 3 outs. Texas leads Seattle 3-1 in the 4th inning. The Angel game just underway.
Sierra hitting with 2 outs in the top of the 9th inning. Now Steve Howe is up, and Mariano Rivera continues to throw. Steve Howe last pitch last Sunday. Base hit for Ruben Sierra.
Yeah, that'll give the Toronto fans one more look at Don Mattingly.
And there are a lot of Yankee fans on hand as well. Three more outs, and Mattingly will be going to the postseason.
Only fitting with the kind of year Donnie's had at the plate in this most important game to hit a home run. Only his 7th of the year.
That one's out of play. Right now, let's go back to the 5th inning and see that Don Mattingly at bat against Pat Haitkin. Right down the line and into the screen for the solo home run, number 7 on the year. That made it a 5-1 game, and Velarde homered to make it 6-1. That's where we are now. 2-1 as Mattingly took that pitch from Timlin high. Yep, they are here, the Yankee fans. Into center field, another hit for Mattingly. Huff returns, and the Yankees have Sierra at second and Mattingly at first.
Fans and teammates alike applauding that. And boy, since he's added the leg kick, there's a little more pop in that stroke. The home run was hit sharp, and this ball is lined right back up the middle. Wouldn't that be a fitting ending to this season for Don Mattingly to cap it off after struggling at the plate, undergoing all the criticism, to have a Mattingly-like October. Dial it back to 1988 or 89.
Stanley hits now with 2 on and 2 out.
Again, the bullpen shot, Dave, with Howe and Rivera. I think Buck, with the 5-run lead, may want to just piece it together an out at a time and hold John Wetteland back.
So it'll be interesting to see just who comes out and pitches the 9th inning as Stanley waits. Pat Aitken began this game for the Blue Jays. So Tim Crabtree, Giovanni Carrera, now Mike Timlin. A pitch for Stanley to reach.
Wetteland well rested, as the entire bullpen is. So pitching an inning here, he would still be certainly fresh enough for Tuesday.
Rivera threw quite a while. No advance by Sierra at second.
Then again, I think a manager's thinking, and in Buck Showalter's case, is why all of a sudden go against what you're doing all year. Sometimes you show your players that maybe you're a little anxious, and you sit back and say, let's just try to win this game just the way we have. And you can bet if a base runner gets on in the 9th, you'll see Wetteland up. Maybe 2 base runners.
Check swing, and the count now goes full at 3-2. Yankees, by the way, will have, assuming they win this game, will have until noon on Tuesday to solidify their playoff roster. I believe they have a choice between 10 and 13 pitchers they can keep active based upon the number of pitchers who are on the active roster and the disabled list as of August 31st. Stanley hits it out of play. So Mike waits at the plate for another 3-2 pitch.
He's been a big part of things. Jim Leyritz catching Andy Pettit most of the time, but Mike Stanley not having an opportunity to play down in Texas under Bobby Valentine.
Randy Velarde with a home run in this game is next, if Stanley can keep it alive. If you want to look ahead to the bottom of the 9th, Toronto is scheduled to send up Ed Sprague, Carlos Delgado, and Alex Gonzalez. Key, Leyritz, Dion James, Jorge Posada.
Yeah, they'd like to have more runs, but they're fidgety. They want to get out in the field and polish it off.
Pat Kelly seated. Stanley with a swing and a miss. The Blue Jays retire the Yankees here in the 9th. 3 more outs to go as the Yankees take a 6-1 lead to the bottom of the 9th in Toronto.
Hey, what do we know about telecommunications?
We know about bunnies.
We know face monsters, movie tie-ins.
What do I know about ISDN?
What is that?
You wind it up.
Does it come with a battery?
NYNEX knows that stuff.
NYNEX knows networks. They know all the things I don't want to know.
I just know I've got to take the order.
Fax the contract.
Email the numbers. Let NYNEX worry about how.
When we need a new feature.
Or an upgrade.
We call NYNEX.
When they need a Martian android power trooper, they call us.
Dad,
wake up,
What?
Dad. Get up, Dad.
What is it, Jack?
It's Saturday. You said you would take me to McDonald's for breakfast Saturday.
Yeah,
and you
I
said
know.
I could have an Egg McMuffin and a big juice. You said you and Mom would have pancakes and sausage and coffee. And you said you wouldn't go to work today. You said.
I know, but it's 3:30 in the morning.
Oh,
We got plenty of time, okay?
okay. I'll be back in exactly 10 minutes.
From across the seas, Beck's delivers the grand tradition and taste of the German art of brewing. Beck's, the #1 imported German beer.
This is the most dangerous place to be if your transmission has started to slip. An AMCO center is the safest. AMCO, AA, MCO.
So here we go, the bottom of the ninth in Toronto. The Yankees 6, the Blue Jays 1. Dave Cohen along with Jim Cott, Al Trotwig, and Mariano Rivera comes on to pitch the ninth inning for the Yankees. Mariano has made 10 starts and his other appearances in relief. He gets set to work here in the ninth to Ed Sprague. Yankees 6, Toronto 1.
Yeah, there's some Yankee fans pacing around. You know, the guys on the field are probably the calmest right now. And the dugout players would be fidgety. Fans, what's Rivera doing in there? Where's Wetland? Well, there's Buck Showalter has a reason for it. In addition to that good fastball, a lot of pitchers like Rivera, 26 years old, that have pitched winter ball are very experienced at situations like this. They're not at all awed by the pressure of this particular situation.
Almost had it by him. Count holds at 0 balls and 2 strikes to Ed Sprague.
Yeah, they pitch in front of big crowds and they can't wait.
Pat Kelly, the hero on Friday night. Tony Fernandez. Wow, that's one of Rivera's high, hard ones. Randy Velarde's done it with the glove and the bat again today. Gerald Williams. Bernie Williams.
I think Gerald and Randy Velarde are the calmest. Everybody else is constantly in motion out there.
In the air to short right field. Here comes O'Neill. 1 down in the ninth.
It's not the same build-up as winning a championship. Oh, Buck's going to play it an out at a time. Here comes Steve Howe. But if the Yankees win, they are going to end up, believe it or not, with a higher win total than the California Angels. What a fabulous year Marcel Latchman and the Angels were having up until September. So thoughts going through Mattingly's mind and O'Neill. And
so Rivera has done his job. Here comes Howe to try to get the lefty. And we're back in a minute.
When I'm in my Jimmy, nothing gets in my way. Of course, I've got Jimmy's available 4-wheel drive anti-lock brakes and premium smooth suspension. Yeah, when I'm in my Jimmy, I'm in complete control.
Daddy!
It's when I get out that I begin to panic.
Right now, get into an all-new Jimmy for just $299 a month for 24 months with just $24.50 down. See your Tri-State GMC truck dealer today.
He's baseball's Iron Man, shattering a record once thought to be unbreakable. Now, the leading manufacturer of 23-karat gold sculptured trading cards is proud to honor Cal Ripken Jr. The pride of Baltimore is captured in beautiful detail, with his sculptured image encased in a clear protective holder for generations to enjoy. His career accomplishments are reflected from the 23-karat gold luster on the reverse, a standard for future greats of America's pastime. Each of these collectible cards is individually numbered, making every one a unique piece of baseball history. This card can be yours for only $29.95. Have your Visa, MasterCard, or American Express ready and call the toll-free number now. Operators are standing by to take your order. Cal Ripken, Iron Man, and Golden Collectibles.
6-1 Yankees, 1 out in the 9th inning. The Yankees were last in the postseason in the divisional playoffs of 1981. And check out some of the names of players still active. And the third one down on the left column is Steve Howe. And he is the newest Yankee pitcher. Steve Howe coming on now after Hitchcock started, then Wickman, Honeycutt, Rivera, and Howe. 1 out in the 9th inning. Steve has had a year in which he struggled, especially of late against lefties.
Again with Carter out of the game. Alomar not able to swing from the right side. Buck brought Howe in knowing that Cito Gaston would stay with a left-hand hitter. And I think as we see this game come to a close that Buck Showalter, who thinks a lot about sentiment in the game, is going to want John Wetland on the mound when the Yankees close out the game to go to postseason play. So I think this again would be a one-batter situation for Steve Howe.
And if Howe can get Delgado, that'll be a little boost to the confidence after he's been rocked by lefties of late. John Wetland doesn't have to throw that much to get loose. Delgado takes it high, and it's 2-2. The count full, 3-2 to Carlos Delgado. All fastballs so far.
This last inning has been agonizingly slow, especially for the guys in that dugout. See them kicking their feet, chewing the gum, and Timlin had a long 9th. And just waiting for it to come to an end.
Delgado hangs tough against Steve Howe's offerings with 1 out here in the 9th.
Alex Gonzalez waiting on deck.
Stanley's behind the plate. One more time he fouls it off. So Howe continues to make the pitches. Delgado continues to make contact.
Trying to stay as relaxed as possible, but you can imagine all the thoughts going through Buck's mind and through Don Mattingly, through his mind.
David Cone.
He's been there.
Foul tipped and held on to.
Good inside fastball, and it appears that Buck is going to stay with Steve Howe. Just had Wetland warming up just in case. I thought he might bring him in just to have him on the mound when they wrap it up.
So now Alex Gonzalez, the right-hander, bats against the lefty Steve Howe.
Going to be interesting to see the reaction, Dave, because you mentioned with the other games in progress, the Yankees win this, they will be the first ever wild card winner. How do you celebrate winning a wild card? I'm eager to see the Yankees' reaction. I have a feeling for them it's going to be the same as winning a division when you see the teams run out of the dugout.
They are poised. Gonzalez with a swing and a miss. 2 balls and a strike. 30 times this year, Gonzalez has struck out 2 times in a game. Now the Jays down to their last strike.
Long way from Homestead, isn't it? When the Yankees didn't even know if he'd be on their team.
Everybody knows what the next pitch might mean. Pacing at first, Don Mattingly. Ready at second, Pat Kelly. Tony Fernandez adjusting the eyes, and Randy Velarde watching at third. So appropriately, we go to a 3-2 count. With the Blue Jays struggling this year, it's been easier than ever for visiting fans to get tickets to come to Sky Dome. A lot of Yankee fans on hand for this one. Ball 4. Andy Pettitte charting the pitches today. Steve Howe will continue. Randy Knorr hits it to Fernandez. He goes to second for the force. The game is over, and the New York Yankees have won the 1995 first ever wild card.
Donnie, you want to come on with me? Jim and Dave, it was a long time that Buck Showalter sat in the dugout here thinking about this. Buck, how about just one quick word before you go inside? What was going through your mind as you sat there and stared into space watching your team celebrate?
Well, he was just so ironic that Randy Velarde and Don Mattingly hit home runs today. It meant so much to our organization, and Steve Howe finished, who's handled adversity so well, and it's a special moment for us, and I'm not going to apologize for feeling real good about it. You know, the whole idea when we went to Fort Lauderdale was to get an opportunity to get into the big dance, and that's where we are now, and I'm awful proud for the organization and all the people that had something to do with it. It's step one, and we've got some more steps to take, and I'm just real happy for people like Mattingly and Velarde who've meant so much to our organization, and I know how much it means to Gene Michael and the work he's put in and support Mr. Steinbrenner has given us, and it's a nice day for us, but it'll be short-lived.
Buck, how about your contribution of one day at a time? Never take a bleak situation and think that it's impossible. How about just that?
Al, I've tried to stay out of the way. I think I've done a good job the last month of staying out of the way and letting people's heart come to the forefront. And, you know, if someone told us you had to go 11-1 to get in the playoffs this last 12 games, it'd have been tough. But it seemed like we've answered every challenge this last month, and I'm just real proud of our people. You know, to put your trust in people and have it come to fruition is really a nice feeling.
Well, congratulations.
Okay.
Thanks for this minute.
All right, thank you, Al.
Okay. All right, Buck Showalter on his way to the clubhouse. The Yankees, I would think, are in the midst of a raucous celebration. Our post-game coverage will include cameras in the Yankee locker room. Michael Kay's got a camera as well. It's going to be a very unique look at the New York Yankees, who are on their way to the postseason for the first time in 14 years. And it shouldn't be lost in this entire situation that it came in a building in which the Yankees have really gotten nothing over the years but pain and suffering. And this Yankees team had a lot more than that over the course of this season. And I couldn't help but feel for Don Mattingly as he went to one knee and slapped the turf. He knew he was on his way to a place he's never been before. I'm on my way inside. Let's go back upstairs to Dave Cohen and Jim Cott.
Thanks again, Al. Well, Jim, it's not as pure as a pennant, not as definitive as a divisional title, but after this wild ride, it is the wild card, and it was just human achievement and accomplishment at its best.
Pretty emotional day, and it was fun to see those emotions come out on the playing field, even though, as Buck said, he's not going to apologize. They're going to the postseason, and seeing Don Mattingly, you know, pound on the turf, you know what it means to him, and they took care of it themselves. I mean, they've won every game on this road trip. Seems like they've won every game in the last month.
I like the way Buck said, the last month I did a good job of staying out of the way. Well, he stayed out of the celebration, let his players congratulate one another, and then when it was time, you saw he came on the field, and Don Mattingly finally going to the postseason, and he was the man everybody sought out to hug after this one was over. We've got much more coming your way from Skydome in Toronto right here on MSG.
Access codes. You know, they're the numbers you're supposed to dial before the numbers you want to dial. All to make using a phone, what, simpler? You want an easy way to make a call and get a low rate? Try your 9X calling card. For local calls, just dial 0 and the number. Long distance, 0 and the number. How easy is that? Just 0 and the number. Now that's access.
Hi.
9X. It's an easy call.
I'm out of here.
In today's environment, there's no better way to equip your office than with Canon technology. And there's no better way to access that technology than through MCS Canon. MCS brings you the fastest, most responsive service and system support available. A single-minded focus on your company's problems allows MCS to provide the best possible solutions. Let us show you the possibilities.
I need to be up and running, like yesterday.
No problem.
Catch all the high-flying, hard-hitting action of Big East, Big Ten, and Pac-10 Conference college football next Saturday live right here on MSG.
Your Ford dealers have 5 of the 10 best sellers in America. So when they have a clearance, it's a pretty big deal.
Save almost $700 in options on Ford Mustang. Save over $1,000 on Thunderbird.
That's what I call big.
Save over $2,600 on a sleek Ford Probe. Now that's real performance.
The factory-authorized clearance. Think big, but do it now. See your Tri-State quality Ford dealer and see for yourself.
I've got another one. If you run an ad and no one sees it, does it make a sale? No. So put your ad where more people are looking to buy. 9 out of 10 use it. the genuine Bell Atlantic Yellow Pages. Bell Atlantic, the heart of communication.
It's the family fun place at Ocean County, the Ground Round. Our food and our family prices tell the real story. Delicious award-winning baby back ribs, sumptuous lobster and shrimp scampi, Mexican food specials that are out of this world, the most unique pasta dishes, and a great place to enjoy your favorite drinks and watch your favorite sporting events all year long. The Ground Round, your family fun place on Hooper Avenue in Toms River, across from the Ocean County Mall.
Yankees win 6-1. They are the first wild card winners ever. And time now to check the Jeep Eagle game summary. The winning pitcher is Sterling Hitchcock. Not only does he go over 500 for this season at 11-10, but he is now 16-15 in his career. The loser is Pat Hainkin. Fittingly, as Buck Showalter said to Al Trotwig, Don Mattingly and Randy Velarde, two of the more veteran Yankees, homered in this game, the 7th for each.
Yeah, Scott Kamenicki and now Sterling Hitchcock get their record a game over 500. And the Yankees, with the early runs, made it a little bit easier for the pitchers. And Buck Showalter, as Tom Kelly did for the Minnesota Twins when the Minnesota Twins won the World Series, is going to sit in the dugout, shake hands with his coaches, and watch his players celebrate. And they celebrated, Dave, the way I hoped they would and I thought they would. Just a lot of hugging and a lot of emotion. I don't think you'll see, you know, champagne flowing all over the place, but they're appreciative of what they've accomplished to get to postseason.
And finally, Buck did leave the Yankee dugout, and he had hugs for just about every one of his players.
Well, it's an emotional day, as Don Mattingly has never been to postseason play, and neither has Buck Showalter. So with one day to celebrate this, and it'd be interesting to see Don Mattingly with so many hugs, and he cannot wait to get in the clubhouse and celebrate with his teammates.
Well, he's like a kid on Christmas morning, isn't he? As he came bounding up with his bats and his glove in hand, he just couldn't wait to get in there and celebrate. It's been a long ride for him, and what a wild season this has been for the Yankees.
Well, when you look back at the Strawberry incident, all the controversy that created, and Daryl's been a model citizen here, but Polonia gets traded. They have their problems in the field. Jimmy Key goes down with a bad arm. O'Neill and Mattingly missing early in the year, and yet the old one day at a time hang together. And I think one thing that hasn't been lost on us that follow the ball club every day, or the team itself, and it's going to help them going to postseason play, they consistently caught the ball and made the plays in the field. And today's game was a good example of that. Randy Velarde with some plays early on and some good decisions, but the Yankees, other than Baltimore, and they may be the best right now in the American League, have really played good in the field, and that'll help them in postseason. That's where games are won, pitching and defense.
Well, Kitty, I've certainly enjoyed working with you, and this is my rookie season in the major leagues, and what you said early on has really proven to be accurate. This is not a sprint, it is a marathon.
It is. It's and the Yankees still they're not quite out of breath yet. They've got a few weeks to go, they hope.
And the Yankees today able to get a number of pitchers in the game, most notably Steve Howe, who came on to wrap things up. There's Mariano Rivera wearing, hey, the first ever wild card hat in the Yankee clubhouse. Didn't know what they would look like. Yankees win it 6-1. And we're heading to the MSG Sports Desk now, and Bob Page.
Thank you, David. It is a sprint, exactly what it is for California and Seattle at this hour. The Yankees still waiting to see whom they will play in the opening round of the playoffs. The Angels are taking on the Oakland A's out west. It is now 2-1 in the second inning. Terry Steinbach has just hit a home run off Chuck Finley for Oakland. As far as Seattle goes, can you believe it? They are losing to Texas again, 7-1, being drubbed, as a matter of fact, in the top of the sixth inning. So if Seattle and California wind up in a tie for the American League West Championship, they would have a one-game playoff tomorrow with California at Seattle, and the winner, of course, advancing to the opening round of the playoffs and the date with the New York Yankees. Much more on the baseball situation, the National League postseason story, coming up in our Yankees postgame report in just a few moments from now. Big Sunday in the NFL, of course. The Giants taking on the San Francisco 49ers out in the Bay Area. 3-3, they are tied in the second quarter. And Oakland has come east out of the Bay Area. The Raiders will take on the Jets tonight at the Meadowlands. We, of course, will have highlights and postgame interviews from the Giants contest on our full half-hour show at 10:30 this evening. I'll be back right after this.
Do you know how many
regional calls we make. Hey, we're building a business here. Hundreds a month.
Thousands a year.
We're building a building business here.
9X is giving us a break.
A big break.
They call it Business Link.
We call it a business builder.
It's a savings plan.
An incentive plan. A building business builder.
It's like a volume discount.
Just like our other suppliers give us.
Exactly. But no long-term commitment.
Signing up's a breeze. All we did was say yes.
Yes. Yes.
With Business Link, we're building our building business, building by building.
When I'm in my Jimmy, nothing gets in my way. Of course, I've got Jimmy's available four-wheel drive anti-lock brakes and premium smooth suspension. Yeah, when I'm in my Jimmy, I'm in complete control. It's when I get out that I begin to panic.
Right now, get into an all-new Jimmy for just $299 a month for 24 months with just $24.50 down. See your Tri-State GMC truck dealer today.
Once again, we'll have an update on those California and Seattle games with highlights coming up on the Yankees post-game report, Mets highlights, the National League story, and much more. Stay tuned. We'll be going back out to the Yankees locker room in Toronto after we pause again for this time out.
In today's hectic world, it's sometimes difficult to find time for the most important people in our lives. I found a way to keep in touch 24 hours a day. My Motorola pager from Nobody Beats the Wiz. It's smaller than your wallet, inexpensive to use, and you can screen your calls.
Check your This Week at Nobody Beats the Wiz circular for a great selection of Motorola pagers and service options at prices too low to miss.
So keep in touch with the Motorola pager from Nobody Beats the Wiz. Excuse me, I've got to use the phone.
There's a new gasoline.
What's new about it?
With the power to drive down maintenance costs.
Really? Are you serious?
Yes, we are. New Exxon gasoline keeps your engine cleaner.
Clean is good.
So it can help drive down maintenance costs.
Did gas do that?
New Exxon gasoline can, with the power to drive down maintenance costs.
Gas that can save you money.
For more reliable performance.
Okay, I'll try it.
People stopping by to rely on the Tiger.
And there it is, the Yankees' first ever wild card winners in baseball, downing the Blue Jays 6-1. The Yankees sweeping a series at Skydome for the first time ever to go along with their sweep of Toronto last week in New York. What a September it has been as the Yankees win 22 games. And the Yankees now await the representative from out west. Don Mattingly with hugs and the congratulations from all of his Yankee teammates. Coming up next here in MSG, the post-game report with Al Troutwig, Bob Page at the sports desk, and Michael Kay reporting from the victorious Yankee clubhouse. And now for Jim Cott and our producer Leon Schweier, director Bill World Wide Web, I'm Dave Cohen. Thanks for joining us on MSG.
New York Yankees baseball has been brought to you by your participating 7-Eleven store, where you can get a variety of deli essential salads, sandwiches, and more, freshly prepared and delivered daily. By Hertz. For business, for pleasure, nobody does it exactly like Hertz. By 9X Yellow Pages. More information, more solutions, more stuff. And by your Chrysler Plymouth dealer. Some of our guests receive a watch from Armatron. Instalight the night with Armatron's Instalight Night Vision collection. Sizes and styles for men and women, featuring superb Armatron quality and outstanding value. Armatron, America's watch.
Hey, America, just when you thought summer's nearly over, the deals are getting even hotter during the Hyundai Summer Drive. Get a sizzling factory discount of up to $1,597 or 0% financing on an airbag-equipped Elantra. And now, get a hot new high-tech accent with dual airbags for only $75.79. Plus, choose between no money down or no monthly payments for 90 days. But if you miss the year's hottest deal, that wouldn't be very cool. Get a hot new high-tech accent for only $75.79 during the Hyundai Summer Drive.
October brings in a harvest of big-time sports action on MSG Network. The New York Knicks return to action with preseason matchups. They take on the Utah Jazz, the Philadelphia 76ers, the Shaq and the Orlando Magic. The New York Rangers bang their way into the regular season with face-offs against some of the NHL's best. They battle the Buffalo Sabres, the Vancouver Canucks, plus Mike Gardner and the Toronto Maple Leafs. Get the lowdown on all the lineups and team news with the pregame shows that do it all. Don't miss Knicks game night and Rangers game night.
MSG brings you all the news on New York's pro football teams with interviews, features, and highlights on the Sharp Jets Giants report. See some of the best college football matchups from around the country with coverage of the Big East, Big Ten, and Pac-10 conferences. Take full swings at today's hard-hitting sports issues with the man who pulls no punches. Bob Page hosts Page One. But you can always catch all the scores and stories every night with MSG Sports Desk. Slam one home with all the great October sports action on MSG Network. The best in the game.
This is the Yankees heading to the postseason post-game report as we welcome you back to Sky Dome in Toronto, where for the first time in their history, the Yankees sweep the Blue Jays. The final score was 6-1. Sterling Hitchcock gave the team exactly what they needed, and Don Mattingly hits a home run, and Ruben Sierra provides a couple of RBIs. The post-game report is brought to you by your New York, New Jersey, Fairfield County Buick dealers. Trade up to quality and value you can afford right now with Buick. We welcome you live inside the victorious New York Yankees clubhouse. Al Trautwig along with Michael Kay. For the record, we've seen a little champagne, a little of some other stuff, and this is a very happy and I believe relieved team right now. Mike, that's really got to be the feeling. It's been pressured for a long time.
It has been pressure. It's been day to day. They had a win and they came up big. They played great baseball right from August 26th on. They've been tremendous, and I sense in here it's not a sense of celebration. It feels like they still have to have more things to do. There's still more to do here. And I think they want to do it. And I think they're looking at the playoffs. This is just one step.
Now, today, the Yankees, like they did yesterday, got the early runs, which takes a lot of pressure off. But really, the capper on the day, the symbol of his career, and the game that could put him where he's never been, Mattingly comes up with a home run.
And it was a great moment. It really was. He hit that screaming line drive right down the right field line. It hits the foul pole, or the foul screen as it is here at the Sky Dome. And really, that's the way the Yankees want it. They talk about the fact that it's a sort of deal where they win for themselves. But Steve Howe just told me moments ago, we all want it for Donnie. And they really do feel that way. They win it for Donnie. And they're all thrilled that Don Mattingly got the chance. If you saw the celebration on the field, it was Mattingly they went to hug.
Okay, before we show you the Mattingly home run, Dennis, why don't you just take a shot of what Mattingly's dealing with right now? He is clearly the story. The amount of media here in this locker room is pretty amazing. And he's answering question after question. I would imagine that some have been repeated 3 or 4 times now. Now let's go back and show you how it looks. 5th inning here at Sky Dome. A screamer down the line that glances off the foul pole. Only Don's 7th home run of the year. But the symbolism for his career, Mike, amazing.
It is amazing. And also, you got to talk about one thing. He has hit 9 straight games. So when they needed to win in this 12-game stretch, he's been there hitting over 300, the home run today. He's come up big when he had to.
All right, we've waited long enough. Let's hear what Don Mattingly had to say about finally reaching the postseason for the first time in his career. This moments ago.
Hello, Kim and the boys. I know you're back home watching. I know you are. Just so excited about, us doing what we've been doing down the stretch. We've been playing great baseball, and this team has stayed together, and it's been very important. It's what we did, and it feels great.
Don, you knelt down on the artificial turf and kind of punched it when it happened. What was going through your head at that point?
Well, just thanking God, for giving me the strength to stay with it and playing for His glory. He gives me the talent. I just want to use it, for His glory.
How much of the dreams for all these years to get to the postseason went into that one swing and that home run, Don?
Oh, I don't know. All day long, all day I want to do something, but really just came focused and looking to play good baseball and stay within myself here today. And we get runs early. Ruben gets a big hit for us early, and we're able to score and score the next inning. And from there, I'm able to get one. RV gets one. Told RV later, man, we deserved it. Me and him have been here the longest. We deserved to hit one today, so it was cool.
It's felt like the postseason for about a month around here, but what do you think the real postseason is going to feel like?
Well, I don't know. Tonight we're gonna celebrate and have a good time tonight and relax and be ready to go. We know we haven't gotten anywhere yet, but to make it's been such an accomplishment for this team. We struggled on the West Coast coming back. We knew we had to play great baseball, and I don't think I remember talking to Michael early in this trip and said we don't know how many we had to win, maybe 2, maybe 3, maybe 5, and it took 5. So we did whatever we had to do here on this trip, and ever since the West Coast trip, we've been great baseball. And
okay, back live in the clubhouse. It means one thing to reach the postseason for Don Mattingly, something totally different for Scott Kamenicki, who's been in the minor leagues and played this game for a long, long time to get here. Put it in your own words.
It's exciting. I mean, you play all year.
You can do better than exciting. Come on.
Come on. I mean, That's our goal. It's been our goal for, the last 2 or 3 years. Last year it got cut a little short because of business reasons, and this year it materialized. It worked out for us. And I'm happy for Donnie. He was probably the most excited person here, and I'm happy for him. And hopefully we're not done yet. Hopefully we can win the whole thing.
Mike?
Scott, when you walked off the mound on May 5th in Yankee Stadium, you're throwing a breaking pitch to Greg Vaughn. You're holding your elbow. Did you ever think that you'd be sitting here celebrating soaked in beer right now?
And a win the day before the clincher.
No, that was the furthest thing from my mind. At that point, I didn't know where my career was going or if I'd ever pitch again. But just kind of hold out hope and give it your best shot. And like I said, things have worked out. It wasn't the road that we thought we'd take to get here, but now that we're here, I guess it's worth it. And we're one of the few teams going to be playing now in October, and this has all been worth it.
Hey, Scott, behind you sits Jack McDowell, his contribution to this team. Dave Pavlis was here. There's Joe Asanio. You guys were talking about how far below 500 you were, how far out you were, and where you finished up, and how amazing it all is. I wonder, for as amazed as we were all season long, whether it's starting to hit this team right now, how amazing this return to the race has been.
Well, it's been a long road. We were sitting back. We were pretty much written off for dead, being 6-7 games back when we came back from the West Coast trip. But we were still in it. We figured, we get some key guys back. We made a few moves, and we figured if we started playing the way we're capable of playing, we could get back in it. And I think we had to win 25 out of the last 31 to get there, and we still only won the game, I think, by 1 game, and that just goes to show you how competitive the league was.
All right, Scott, we'll be back with much more live coverage here inside the Yankees clubhouse as we wrap up this Yankees win over Toronto, which sweeps the series and sends them into the postseason. Their relationship goes back to the minor leagues. That hug between Buck and Don Mattingly with emotions and feelings that we may never know. Bob Page has an update from the MSG Sports Desk, and then we'll be back in Toronto in a moment.
Thanks again, Al. A lot of drama going around, as you can imagine. The rest of baseball today, we'll take a look at that in just a couple minutes. But first of all, we'll take a look at the highlights of this afternoon's Yankees victory over the Toronto Blue Jays. Speaking of drama, which has earned the Yankees their first playoff spot in quite some time. Highlights brought to you by Hyundai, and we begin with the boss himself sitting up in a booth at the Sky Dome looking briefly at the football game on television, but believe me, his attention was geared to what was going on the field in Toronto. Deion James on third, Bernie on second, top of the first inning. Ruben Sierra at the plate. He goes down low and golfs one from Pat Henkin down the line in right field, off the wall for a 2-run double, and the Yanks were on top with all the runs that would turn out they would need in the ball game. Nice decision that Buck Showalter made to start Sterling Hitchcock today. Showed a lot of confidence in him rather than going with David Cohn for a game the Yankees needed to win. In the bottom of the first, he strikes out Molitor, then gets Joe Carter to chase after a curveball. In the top of the second inning, with Randy Velarde at first for the Yankees, Tony Fernandez at the plate, chops the ball to Ed Sprague. He throws wild to first base. That allows Velarde to come all the way around and score, and New York was on top 3-0. And then a little bit later on, the hero of Friday night, Pat Kelly, who had that dramatic home run to beat the Blue Jays. Next batter lines a single to left. Fernandez scores, and the Yanks were up 4-0. So Yankee defense in this one, too. Bottom of the second inning, runners first and third for the Jays, 1 out. Robert Perez chops one to Velarde. Off-balance throw to Mike Stanley to get John Olerud at the plate. A lot of Yankee fans in Toronto this weekend hoping that Don Mattingly does come back to the Yankees next year, and their hero responded for them. In the top of the fifth, how about this? Mattingly turns on a high breaking ball, lines a home run down the line, his 7th of the year. 5-0 Yankees. Hitchcock came out. Bob Wickman came on. 6th inning, 5-1 New York. Runners on first and second, 1 out, and a low sinker to Sprague. 5-4-3 double play ends the inning. 5-1 Yanks, top of the 8th, Velarde at the plate. And Randy turns on one and delivers his 7th home run of the season. Goes to left field off Giovanni Carrera. Made it 6-1 Yanks. That would be the final score the way it would turn out. Steve Howe, a lot of people thought the Yanks had totally given up on him when they got Rick Honeycutt. But in the ball game here, as David Cohn and the Yanks looked on from the dugout, facing Randy Knorr, one hopper to Fernandez, who throws to Pat Kelly for the force out at second, ending the ball game. The Yankees win, earning the first ever wild card playoff berth in the American League. And you see Steinbrenner and Mattingly and Buck Showalter looking out at the field from the bench as the Yankees celebrate and get ready to go into the postseason against either California or Seattle. Now we'll update you on that situation. California is leading Oakland still 2-1 as they play in the top of the third inning. I told you before that Terry Steinbach, the A's catcher, to hit a home run off Chuck Finley for that lone A's run. The starting catcher for the Angels, Greg Myers, as if this ball club hasn't had enough trouble down the stretch, is going to be out for the rest of the season, including the playoffs. The Angels just found that out today. He has a rib cage strain. Now, Seattle, Texas, that ball game is going on in Arlington. It is now 7-3 in the bottom of the sixth inning. Mickey Tettleton hit a 3-run homer in the very first inning for Texas in this one. Jay Buhner, the ex-Yankee, has hit his 40th home run for the Seattle Mariners. In the fourth inning here, speaking of ex-Yankees, Mike Pagliarulo at the plate for Texas. He lines a base hit to center field. Ken Griffey Jr. comes up throwing to the plate. This kind of a day for the Mariners so far. Dan Wilson just drops the baseball, can't hold on, and the run scores. So once again, if California wins its game and if Seattle loses, they would be tied for the top spot in the West, and there would be a one-game playoff tomorrow. California at Seattle, which would be great news for the Yankees because you have to figure Randy Johnson would go for the Mariners, and should Seattle win, the Yankees would not have to face Johnson more than once in a 5-game series and then at the end of the series. How about that score? And can you believe Albert Bell didn't have one RBI today? The Indians get the 100th win of the season, amazing in a 144-game schedule, 17-7 over Kansas City. Boston better be worried. Tim Wakefield not pitching well. He was the loser today. Milwaukee defeated the Red Sox 8-1. Mike Mussina with a tremendous season. He finishes 19-9, going the distance on a 2-hitter today in what was Sparky Anderson's final game as Tigers manager. Press conference at 11 o'clock in Detroit tomorrow to announce that Sparky is resigning. Frank Thomas hit his 40th home run. Chicago beating Minnesota. That's a final now. 2-1 from New Comiskey in 11 innings. Now, the National League will begin with the meaningful games at Denver today. The Rockies fell way behind San Francisco early in this one and now have come back, one of those games out there. 10-8 now. They're playing in the bottom of the fifth inning. Ex-Met Brett Saberhagen has been so mediocre this year. The Rockies said they felt confident with him pitching today, but why? Top of the first, Matt Williams crushes a 2-run homer, and the Giants have never looked back. Number 23 for Williams. Don Baylor saw his Rockies cut the lead to 3-2 going into the third inning. But after a Barry Bonds RBI double, ex-Met Mark Carrion with a liner to left that Dante Bichette just doesn't get to. Bonds and Matt Williams come home to make it 6-2. Saberhagen was lifted. The Giants added 2 more in the third after that. Now, they led this ball game 8-2, but the Rockies went ahead in the fifth inning. Can you believe it? 8 straight runs. Andres Galarraga at the plate, rips one down into the left field corner, and this ties the ball game at 8. You see Bonds hustling the ball back into the infield. And then what followed this play was Walter Weiss, the Suffern, New York native, at the plate, delivering a base hit to bring home 2 more runs against the San Francisco Giants. And again, the Colorado Rockies have forged ahead. If they win, they get the wild card spot in the National League no matter what Houston does. The Los Angeles Dodgers have clinched the National League West Championship. They're playing San Diego. They have the Korean rookie Chan-Ho Park on the mound. Jody Reed hit a home run off him in the first inning for the lone Padres run. And there's the Houston-Chicago story. Craig Biggio, the former Seton Hall star, hit a home run off Anthony Young in the 6th inning, a solo shot to tie the game at 7. So Houston has got to win that ball game and hope that Colorado loses. And if that's what occurs, then the Astros would play at Denver against Colorado tomorrow, 1 game to determine the National League wild card winner. Here's an amazing statistic. A Dodger loss in that game this afternoon, coupled with a Mets victory over the Atlanta Braves at Shea today, would have left the Mets, or would leave them, with the best record the entire National League since the All-Star break. Tremendous pitchers duel at Shea this afternoon, featuring the brilliant young Jason Isringhausen and the Braves' committee of pitchers, and the Mets did win 1-0 in 11 innings. Now, if the Phillies lose their game, the Mets actually finish in a tie for second place in the East. Amazing. Isringhausen went 8 innings, scattered only 4 hits, struck out just 2, but lowered his ERA to 2.81. What a future this kid's got. And they say Paul Wilson's better than he is. Atlanta used 9 pitchers in the game, with Brad Woodall coming on with the bases loaded in the 11th. He got Vizcaino to ground into a 1-2-3 double play, but Bobby Cox saw him walk the next man. Bases loaded. Tim Bogar walks. Damon Buford scores. And then the Mets had their 1-0 victory. We're going right back out to Toronto for more from the Yankees locker room, and we'll have later tonight from the MSG Sports Network.
Some of our guests receive a watch from Ormatron. Instalight the night with Armatron's Instalight Night Vision Collection. Sizes and styles for men and women, featuring superb Armatron quality and outstanding value. Armatron, America's watch.
Hey, America, just when you thought summer's nearly over, the deals are getting even hotter during the Hyundai Summer Drive. Get a sizzling factory discount of up to $1,597 or 0% financing on an airbag-equipped Elantra. And now, get a hot new high-tech accent with dual airbags for only $75.79. Plus, choose between no money down or no monthly payments for 90 days. But if you miss the year's hottest deal, that wouldn't be very cool. Get a hot new high-tech accent for only $75.79 during the Hyundai Summer Drive.
You're watching MSG Network, also known as Ranger Country.
The March of Dimes, Adelphia Cable, and Blackbeard's Cave present Family Fun Days, Saturday and Sunday, October 7th and 8th from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Help the March of Dimes to improve the health of babies by preventing birth defects and infant mortality. Prizes will be given away every hour, including the grand prize of a Mongoose mountain bike. A portion of all proceeds benefit the March of Dimes. Be at Blackbeard's Cave in Bayville for Family Fun Days, October 7th and 8th from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Have a great time and help the March of Dimes, too.
Something happens when you read the Wall Street Journal every business day. You start seeing opportunities where you never saw them before. See for yourself. Subscribe now to the Wall Street Journal. The Journal keeps you right at the heart of what's going on in business. Call now for the Journal and get your free guide to planning your financial future. Facts you need to start planning a secure future right now. Get 10 weeks of the Wall Street Journal for just $38 and get the guide free. Call now toll free. 800-862-3333. That's 800-862-3333.
Of course, I've got Jimmy's available four-wheel drive anti-lock brakes and premium smooth suspension. Yeah, when I'm in my Jimmy, I'm in complete control. Daddy! It's when I get out that I begin to panic.
Right now, get into an all-new Jimmy for just $299 a month for 24 months with just $24.50 down. See your Tri-State GMC truck dealer today.
This very special edition of the Yankees postgame report continues now from Skydome in Toronto. Back inside the Yankees locker room now, we're live. Al Trautwig along with Michael Kay. And Mike, we now know how you celebrate a wild card. You do it with restraint. You do it with a little burst of energy, enthusiasm, lots of smiles, lots of hugs, and it looks as though this team mentally right now is ready to move on.
Ready to move on. I think real confident about things as well because things are breaking perfectly at this moment for the Yankees because if the Mariners lose and the Angels win, then there's going to be a tie-breaking game, and Randy Johnson's going to pitch against Mark Langston, and whoever wins is only going to have their best pitcher pitch one time against the Yankees, probably Game 3. Things could not break any better than for the Yankees than they're happening right now.
And they've been breaking that way for the past 3 weeks, and that's why we've thought that this is a team of destiny, an error by the opposition. Every night when the Yankees were 5.5 out in the wild card, when a certain combination of teams had to lose, they did.
They did, but you have to give credit to the Yankees on one thing. Since August 26th, they've done a great job pitching. They average over 7 innings a start, which is amazing. Their bullpen has turned itself around, and they get the big hits. They haven't been hitting that much. They hope that they can turn that around in the playoffs, but they've done a great job since the time they were 5.5 games out. Yes, things broke right for them, but if you think about it, only yesterday did they finally catch the Mariners. The Angels came back to earth, but they did catch the Mariners, and now the way things are turning out, they would have caught them and passed them. So, you know, they have a lot to be proud about in this clubhouse.
Yes, they do. The owner of the team, of course, is one George Steinbrenner, who just minutes ago made the rounds in this clubhouse, and we decided to try and chat with him for a moment. Okay. George, it's been a long time. What's the most satisfying thing about this?
Coming from so far back. It's a great day for the Yankees. These players never quit. It's the best part about it. To be back.
You sound pretty emotional.
You got to be emotional at a time like this. This is a great thing. I think we proved to a lot of people we knew what we were doing, and these players went out and got it done, and that's the best part. Now, we'll be tough. We'll be tough in here. You know, Seattle's trailing big right now.
In your heart, when you watch those games on the West Coast, did you ever lose faith that this could happen?
No, I think I came out and said to the papers, I'm not giving up on these guys. They were disastrous on the road trips to the West. I'm going out there and scout this winter and find out what we were doing out there, because that'll change next year. Even the places we stay will change. But, you know, these guys never quit. And to go on the road for your last 6 games on the road, I don't care who you're playing, to be on the road your last 6 games and prevail is really tough.
What did you think when your team's captain hit a home run today?
great. It was great. He's played a great series. I mean, when it came down to the end here, and when certain guys had to take up the leadership, we took it. Now we've got some pitching ready to go, and I hope Jack comes back and ready to go for us, and David, and the young kids, young starters. I mean, these are young fellas going in there and pitching and winning. And Kamenicki pitched great, and Hitchcock pitched good today, and Pettit, everybody's looking at Pettit now. But now we got 2 veterans anchoring this staff, and we just got to hope that they'll take us through the playoffs and lead the way for the other kids.
What words did you have for Buck today?
I haven't seen him. I just came in with Paul Beeston, who wanted to see David, and a few fellows who had played for him. I thought the fans were tremendous today. Geez, there were a lot of New York people there.
This is the first year they could get tickets.
Yeah, well, we'll do, I'll guarantee you, we'll do over 50,000 both games, Tuesday and Wednesday. And those people that say, well, the wild card's taking something from baseball, are you kidding? It's the most exciting part of this season so far. It is the wild card.
Thanks, George.
It really is. Good to visit with you.
From the owner of the team to one of his employees, pitcher Sterling Hitchcock, criticized by many, he started today's game nonetheless. Buck Showalter decided tomorrow would be the first time he'd face a must-win game, and Sterling Hitchcock gave the Yankees 5 1/3 solid innings of baseball. After that, Buck Showalter went to his bullpen playing cautiously, and he pitched out of trouble. In the second inning, he allowed 2 on with nobody out and got some big help from his infielders. Randy Velarde with a great bare hand grab, and the throw to Mike Stanley. There's an out at home plate. Now, the next batter up, he gets a strikeout, Sterling Hitchcock, saving a beautiful pitch for out number 2. And then Randy Norris stepped to the plate, an only .214 hitter. To shortstop, Tony Fernandez flips to Pat Kelly, and that was it. Indicative of how Hitchcock pitched today, Michael Kay spoke to him moments ago in the Yankee clubhouse.
Sterling, how's this feel? Awesome. Couldn't beat it. You know, this is what we set out to do from the beginning, and you know, we're in this thing now, and we're going to be reckoned with.
How about you getting the call to pitch this big game? What was going through your mind on the mound at the beginning?
Actually, once the game started, not a lot. You know, it was just like any other outing. I got to go out there, keep our team in the lead in the game, and do what I can. You know, we get 2 runs early, and then 2 more in the second inning. It helped me settle down a little bit, and we went right after it.
How did you sleep last night? Okay.
I took a nap from about 3 hours early, and then I couldn't sleep till about 4 o'clock last night. So it just feels awesome out there. You know, there's no sense of tiredness or anything in me. It was awesome.
Where were you when the final out was made?
I was in a dugout. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, back live in the Yankee clubhouse now. We've motioned over Pat Kelly, and of course, Pat, you did an awful lot for this team in this big weekend series. It must have sunk in today, Bucky.
Bucky, yeah. No, well, you know, we came through. You know, it was a tough last month, and we stepped up and did a great job, and got to give a lot of credit to the pitching staff. I mean, they've held us in for the last month, and we scored some runs, and they came through. It worked out.
Honestly, though, since you hit that home run, how many times have you replayed it in your head?
Not too many times, really, to be honest with you. You know, I knew we had a lot of work to do yet, and you know, we had 2 more to go, and you know, but I'm not taking away. It felt great, but you know, I knew we had a little bit of work to do, and you know, we did it. So.
Pat, this team has been pressure-proof the last month and overcome an awful lot. Did the team talk about how you wanted to celebrate this wild card? Because it's nice and it's fun, but it's restrained.
Yeah, I don't think we wanted to jinx ourselves, so we really didn't discuss it. You know, and when it happened, you know, I just wanted to go give Donnie a big hug and make sure that I knew I felt good for him, and he deserves it. So we're gonna really go in there and fight hard for him.
You said something in Donnie's ear when you hugged him. What'd you say?
I don't remember. I just said congratulations. It's been a long time or something like that. And you know, I'm happy for him, and I'm happy for all of us. You know, but we have a couple more games to go.
All right, that's Pat Kelly. Of course, his big home run on Friday night helped the Yankees sweep the Toronto Blue Jays. We'll be back here in the Yankee clubhouse in a moment as we continue post-game. The Yankees win it 6-1. Tuesday night, their destiny, who they'll play, remains up in the air. Back in a moment.
He's baseball's Iron Man, shattering a record once thought to be unbreakable. Now, the leading manufacturer of 23-karat gold sculptured trading cards is proud to honor Cal Ripken Jr. The pride of Baltimore is captured in beautiful detail, with his sculptured image encased in a clear protective holder for generations to enjoy. His career accomplishments are reflected from the 23-karat gold luster on the reverse, a standard for future greats of America's past time. Each of these collectible cards is individually numbered, making every one a unique piece of baseball history. This card can be yours for only $29.95. Have your Visa, MasterCard, or American Express ready and call the toll-free number now. Operators are standing by to take your order. Cal Ripken, Iron Man, and Golden Collectibles.
Hey, MSG's rerunning the Yankee game. You watching this?
It's Yankees Rewind tonight on MSG. What are you going to wait for Jerry to call you?
The Rangers take on the Islanders Monday at 7:30 here on MSG.
Everyone's talking about it. Everyone's talking about the dating network.
The dating network is really easy to use. It's as simple as picking up the phone.
It was so simple to place my ad. All I had to do was pick up the phone and just describe myself a little bit. It didn't even cost anything.
Placing your video personal ad is free. Retrieving your messages is also free. This makes the dating network your best value. Remember, that special someone is just a phone call away.
The National Business Employment Weekly, the only publication that updates you weekly on top jobs available regionally and nationwide. All kinds of jobs, professional, managerial, technical. And you'll learn how to land one of those jobs. Get 8 job-packed issues for just $35. Also get absolutely free the Job Search Guide. Call 800-892-9000. That's 800-892-9000. The National Business Employment Weekly. If you're not looking here, you're hardly looking.
Back live at Skydome as we wrap things up on this Yankee win that propels them to the postseason for the first time in 14 years. And now we give way to the networks. On Tuesday night, NBC will be there to bring you first to 9th inning coverage of Game 1 of the division series. It could be the Yankees against California or Seattle. Shortly after the game is over, you might want to click back to MSG as we bring you some of the post-game coverage you've become used to as Yankee fans in waiting for all these years. Well, Mike, we've shared an awful lot of time talking about this team and the way they played today. I'd like a comment about the way Buck managed this game. 5 different pitchers. He finally got 2 outs from Rick Honeycutt. Those were $25,000 a piece, by the way. Bob Wickman did a good job in relief. Mariano Rivera and Steve Howe. So he boosted their confidence collectively heading into that Game 1.
Well, I think the greatest move that he made was bringing in Steve Howe to be on the field when they celebrated, when they got the last out. I'll tell you why. Because when they got Honeycutt, Howe was pretty much gone. They pushed him aside after he blew that game on Sunday. And he's had an up-and-down season, but what he did by bringing Howe out there to get those final 2 outs, rather than leave out Rivera was throwing very well. Right. He gave Howe his confidence back. He gave his pride back. He was part of the winning tradition.
What did Howe say to you a minute ago?
He was saying that it was a thrill to be out there because the last time he was out on the mound was against the Yankees in 1981 in the World Series, and he was a celebrator. And he said, this feels good. He says, I feel the happiest for Donnie. He said, but it's been 2 seasons. He said, maybe it'll be 3 seasons now. But for Howe now, he becomes the lefty in the bullpen again because Rick Honeycutt goes home. Right. He can't be on the postseason roster, so I thought that was brilliant maneuvering by Buck. I'm sure it didn't work by accident. The way he used the bullpen coming in, getting Wickman, a lot of people thought that might have been a little bit early. 1 pitch, a double play to Ed Sprague, and then he just extrapolated it from there, and he ended it with Steve Howe, and Howe did a great job. And the fact that he was out there really helps him for the playoffs.
Extrapolated. Boy, is that a beautiful ending, Mike? Thanks very
pleasure.
much. Yes,
I'll see you Tuesday.
And be good on the radio, as I say to Clyde. Remember, Rewind tonight on MSG. You can watch it all again. That begins at 7 o'clock here on MSG tonight. Well, it's been a long journey, and there were many times when Michael and I sat with you on the post-game show and said, this does not look good. There were many of those, but somehow this Yankee team never caved into that sort of pressure. We thank you for joining us this season on MSG. And if you don't think a baseball season is long, just watch this. You won't believe how much you forgot.
Let's welcome Manager of the Year, number 11, Buck Showalter.
Jimmy Key departs to an outstanding opening day ovation. Swing and a miss. John Rutledge strikes out Jeff Fry, and the New York Yankees have defeated the Texas Rangers on opening day 8-6.
this team is even better than last year's team. This team has all the answers, it seems. It makes the plays. Just sitting there at the table, picking at their food, not much noise in there, just getting ready for a long trip right now. And this is a team that's confused.
The Yankees will be a little bit lighter tonight because you'll find that the goatees are gone around the mouths of the Yankees.
Polonia goes, swing and a miss, throw down to second, and he is out of there. The game ends on that play.
Short right center field. Silvestri, now Bernie Williams, nobody gets it.
Bernie Williams camping under it, and he lost it. He lost it in the lights.
There is the principal owner of
the former Met star has agreed to contract terms with the Yankees.
And the Yankees have won their 6th straight game, 7-1 over the Detroit Tigers.
Jack McDowell is not going to make many friends by doing that. Wow.
Don't hide behind the fact that it is the longest power outage of his career.
Question is, though, Jim, is he more valuable to any other team than the Yankees? He knows it's out there. And that's got to feel very, very good to the captain of the Yankees.
This has to be the most eagerly awaited Yankees game, at least since opening day.
What a pitch by David Cone.
John Wetland saves it for David Cone, the winner in his New York Yankee debut.
Well, hit into center field. David pulls on a run, and he won't get it. They're going to wave around Velarde, and the throw, Paulo O'Neill scores. The Yankees take a 5-3 lead.
Basically, I just want to do my best as a player and as a person. Not to be a major distraction for the ball club, but just to go out and try to help as much as possible.
Well, struck into the gap in right center field. Nobody's going to get it. Mattingly will round second. He'll hit third, and they're going to wave him in. And Strawberry is safe. Mattingly.
Today we have lost one of our own, one of the greatest ball players in the history of baseball.
Have defeated the Yankees 9-7.
hope we understand how few games we have left and what we're going to have to do just to get back in it and have an opportunity.
On the corner, got it. Perfect pitch by Bennett. It's been a strike all day. This one's got to right field. Is it high enough? It is gone. His third home run of the game. And the ball game is over. Jeff McDowell with his 7th complete game of the year and a fired up. It's a ball one. Strawberry has done it again. 2-0 New York. John Wetland saves it for Andy Pettitte and the New York Yankees. The game is over. Complete game for Sterling Hitchcock. And the Yankees have made it 3 straight over the Blue Jays. Deep right center field, and this one is gone. Tie game. Swing and a miss. John Wetland strikes out the side.
And a high fly to left field. This one is deep. Going back is Carter. He's at the wall. It's gone. 2-run homer for Pat Kelly, and the Yankees have taken a 4-3 lead. And what a turnaround here in Toronto.
Gerald going back, and the ball game is over. Scott Kamenicki goes the distance in probably the biggest win of his Yankee career, and the Yankees have taken the first 2.
Mattingly rips one down the line and deep and gone. A home run for Don Mattingly in the game that could send him to the first postseason of his 12-year career. He finds the stroke that so many said was